Chapter 1733. The shock in the water general's heart was like the roaring waves of the five elements water formation. The armor he wore had been given to him by his ancestor. After being with it for a long time, he had slowly merged with it through his bloodline. In the end, it had become his. If he didn't wear this armor, he would only be a fourth heaven's blight cultivator. After wearing it, he would become a third-step cultivator and be able to use the power of the armor. However, this armor was extremely strange. Once he wore it, his mind would be restricted, and his body would be controlled by the armor. He remembered that his ancestor had said before going into closed-door cultivation that even in his ancestor's sect, there weren't many of them. It was extremely difficult to refine, and unless one made a great contribution or went to a dangerous place, the sect wouldn't give it to them. Every set of armor was extremely precious, and outsiders weren't allowed to obtain it. What made the water general's heart tremble was that the armor had been cracked by Wang Lin's palm, and his body had almost been smashed to death. If it wasn't for the armor sending vitality into his body, he would have died just now. What terrified him was that Wang Lin had only taken a glance to see through the most secret of the armor. This kind of eyesight and insight caused the water general to feel a chill in his heart. When Wang Lin looked at him just now, the water general clearly saw a large amount of bloodlines appear in Wang Lin's eyes. These bloodlines seemed to contain some kind of law that caused the water general to be absent-minded for a moment. "Take off this armor, and I won't kill you." At this moment, the sea water between Wang Lin and the water general gradually opened up the curtain that blocked the view of the outside world. When the Gue sect cultivators saw everything, especially the sorry state the water general was in, they awakened from their joy and became silent. The water general's expression was extremely gloomy. When he heard Wang Lin's words, his heart pounded violently. He clenched his teeth and endured the fear in his heart. He quickly retreated and opened up the distance between him and Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as before as he coldly watched the water general retreat far away. He watched the water general raise the spear in his right hand, and his eyes revealed a flash of coldness and killing intent. Wang Lin wouldn't show any mercy to outsiders who weren't from the cave world, and there was nothing to say to bandits. "You're courting death." Wang Lin stepped forward toward the water general. The water general's face was pale, and madness appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and threw the long spear in his hand at the sea below. The long spear turned into a ray of piercing blue light and charged into the sea, causing the surface of the sea to rumble violently. The sea began to churn violently, forming circles of vortexes that spread in all directions. "Gather the power of the five elements with my water spirit body." The water general coughed out a mouthful of blood. He formed a seal with both hands and grabbed at the sea below him. The surface of the sea rumbled and waves tumbled, as if there was a huge dragon turning around at the bottom of the sea. As the water general grabbed at the air, the entire sea seemed to be boiling as it slowly rose up with loud rumbles. From afar, this scene was heaven shaking. The sea was being lifted up by Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the water general coughed out blood once more. He looked tired and struggled as his left hand reached toward the sky. Clouds open and fog scatter. Light destroys the heavens and earth. Condense rain into an ocean. The water general roared. His left hand trembled, and the dark clouds in the sky collapsed. Countless drops of rain were squeezed out of the collapsing clouds and connected with each other. At first glance, it looked as if there was another ocean in the sky. The rain fell down, connecting with the seawater that had been lifted up from the ground. They merged together to form a gigantic ball of water that floated in the air. This ball of water was turbid and had the color of the sea. Its size was endless, and at a glance, one couldn't see the edge. It was like a small planet, one drop of the universe. The water general clenched his teeth and completed the spell passed down by his ancestor. His body immediately withered and his handsome appearance became ugly. Large amounts of abscesses appeared on his body. With his lifespan, it was impossible for him to live this long. The heaven's blight had erupted 4 times on his body, and with his talent, he couldn't safely pass it. All of this was because of the armor. However, at this moment, when he erupted with the full power of the armor, his body no longer had the protection of the armor. He immediately returned to his original appearance. The moment those 4 words left his mouth, the gigantic ball of water in front of him began to spin madly. As it spun, it continued to condense and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every time it shrank, the pressure inside would increase countless fold. If he could refine this giant ball of water into a drop, then even if there was a star system inside it, it would collapse. This was the power of water, the power of the source of water. Wang Lin was inside the ball of water and looked at the surging sea around him. The pressure from the water gathered from all directions and gave off an aura that wanted to destroy everything. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the sea around him. His eyes gradually revealed a strange light, along with a hint of poison and excitement. This is the power of water essence. The excitement in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. If I wanted to leave this place, it would be very easy. In fact, killing the water general would be as easy as flipping my hand. However, the opportunity before me is very rare. The water general is relying on his armor to produce the power of water essence. This power is changing before me, and if I can comprehend it, then my essence will not only be 7 essences, but 8. This kind of thing was indeed as Wang Lin had thought. It was extremely rare, and the water essence the water general had used to control the armor was not ordinary. It came from the Gue sect on the immortal astral continent. The water essence formed by this method was formed from the comprehension of the peak. This was the same as him exposing everything to Wang Lin. It was even more clear than a teacher teaching a child. How could Wang Lin let go of such an opportunity? His talent might not be the best, but his understanding and comprehension were extremely rare. Otherwise, he wouldn't have 7 essences. Also, it wasn't like Wang Lin had never come into contact with the water essence before. Whether it was the heaven-defying bead or the drop of essence liquid Tian Yunzi had given Wang Lin, they had all pointed Wang Lin to the path of the water essence. The excitement in Wang Lin's eyes reached a peak. He didn't waste any time and immediately sat down inside the giant ball of water. His eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the changes in the sea before him. There seemed to be no pattern to these changes, but as Wang Lin's eyes became bloodshot, he gradually found some clues. His eyes revealed a look of deduction and excitement as he memorized the changes in the water essence that could only be encountered by chance. Aside from Wang Lin, it was difficult for anyone else to know about this. The water general didn't notice it at all. Although his expression was ferocious, he was also filled with excitement. He stared at the ball of water, and his hands continued to form seals. This caused the essence inside the ball of water to become denser, and the speed at which it shrank became faster and faster. The ball of water condensed layer by layer. In the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, it had shrunk to a mere 100,000 feet. The seawater and rainwater within the hundreds of thousands of feet wide ball of water were compressed again and again, and their essence became denser and denser. It doesn't matter how high your cultivation base is, this is the water formation of the 5 elements. My divine ability is infinitely powerful, and I'm going to crush you into a drop. I'm going to kill you. The water general formed a seal in a frenzy and slapped the surface of the ball of water. Every time he slapped the ball of water, the armor's power of control will be transmitted into the ball of water, causing ripples to spread out inside the ball of water, causing it to shrink even faster. His actions almost made Wang Lin feel grateful. The comprehension Wang Lin gained from the ball of water allowed him to see more of the changes in essence. The water orb that was hundreds of thousands of feet in size had shrunk by half in just a moment. It was now only 200,000 feet wide. The water general outside revealed a ferocious and excited expression, but he started to pant violently. He had already used all of his power, and he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Not duo, help me. The water general raised his head and let out a roar at the sky. As he roared, a vortex immediately appeared in the sky above the water rune. A wave of metal elemental energy came from the vortex, and the moment that energy entered the water rune, it began to spread out within the water rune. Among the 5 elements, metal gave birth to water. The so-called metal gave birth to water had different origins. Some people believe that metal formed water when it melted, while others believe that everything formed by the power of metal would naturally form water after being exposed for a long time. However, no matter which origin it was, it made the ancient sages believe that metal could give birth to water. In truth, this was indeed the case. At this moment, when a metal element arrived, the ball of water containing Wang Lin began to compress like crazy. The excitement on the water general's face turned into a grin. Wang Lin, you're dead. At this moment, Grand Emperor Xian Luo, who was floating outside Planet 5 Elements, revealed a strange expression. He didn't know what to say. Not only did he have a strange expression, but he also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How is this refining him? This is clearly helping him comprehend the water essence. This child has the ancient Tao bloodline and celestial spells. This is extremely rare. In particular, he actually has 7 essences in his body. This child is extraordinary. That restriction origin exists in the bloodshot pupils. I've never seen anyone use this method of using bloodshot pupils to form laws. Dual cultivation of Tao and celestial. Chapter 1734. Following the water general's ferocious smile and crazy excitement, Na Duo, who was on the 10th floor of the tower, who had sent out the 5 elemental metal power, also revealed smile. His divine sense had been observing this battle, and his smile was very bright. He didn't think Wang Lin could escape from the ball of water, because the water essence inside the ball of water was so dense that even he felt it was terrifying. This water essence wasn't created by the water general, it was formed by the armor. Because of this, Na Duo was even more certain. I thought he had some heaven-defying method, but it turns out he only has this little spell. If he could come out, he would have already left when the ball of water began to form. Now that he can't come out after so long, he must be in despair. Wang Lin, there is no feud between us, so I really don't want to kill you. However, you're a cultivator of the cave world. We are different from you. You must have a purpose for coming here. Otherwise, why would you only come now? The cave world is in chaos, and several forces are searching for the third soul. Your purpose for coming here is obvious. Na Duo pondered, and the smile on his face became even wider. Also inside the tower, the black-robed old man's group of 4 stared at the mirror in the center. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with excitement, and he began to laugh. This Wang Lin was extremely arrogant just now. Now that the water general is here, I want to see how he will escape from this ball of water. The drop of the universe is a great Tao of my Guei sect. This person will die. The middle-aged woman also revealed a happy expression as she stared at the ball of water in the mirror. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Die if you die. Situ, Nan will be sad. The more sad and angry he is, the more I can vent my hatred. Situ Nan, the next one is you. The middle-aged woman let out a sharp laugh. Compared to the 2 of them, even the 2 cultivators next to them who had maintained their rationality slowly revealed smiles. He can't escape. At the same time, bursts of excited cheers came from outside the tower. All the Guei sect cultivators looked at the sky with excitement. They could see the ball of water shrinking and could see Wang Lin's pained expression. They could hear Wang Lin's mournful voice. The one who was the most excited was the water general. At that moment, he waved his arms and continued to compress the ball of water. The ball of water had already shrunk to less than 100,000 feet, and the speed at which it was compressing was becoming faster and faster. The ball of water was completely cloudy, and faint rumbling sounds came from within. Those sounds were formed by the water being compressed, and when they entered the water general's ears, they sounded like the sounds of nature. Time is too slow. I have to hurry up to avoid any accidents. The water general didn't know why, but as the ball of water grew smaller and smaller, he felt a sense of apprehension. This feeling came very suddenly, and even he didn't understand why. However, this confusion made him care a lot. He was afraid of accidents, so he could only increase the amount of force he used to condense the ball of water faster. His hands formed a seal, and the water general coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body weakened greatly, but when the blood landed on the ball of water, it caused the ball of water to grow from 100,000 feet to more than 70,000 feet. This sudden change caused a thunderous rumble to come from Wang Lin's body. His body twisted, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Lin was comprehending all the changes to the water essence, but this change seemed to have reached its limit and slowed down. However, Wang Lin could feel that the ball of water no longer had the power to cause the water essence to change again. To Wang Lin, this was like learning a secret. He had only learned half of it, but the other half was gone. This feeling of not being able to go up or down made him very uncomfortable. Just as he was frowning, the blood from the water general caused the ball of water to move once more. Wang Lin almost laughed. Wang Lin would never forget the kindness of the water general. How could Wang Lin bear to kill someone who had immediately given him what he needed? What made Wang Lin even more excited was what the water general said next. Na Duo, as well as all the disciples of the Gue sect, enter the formation and borrow my power to turn it into a drop of water within 3 breaths. Inside the tower, Na Duo didn't hesitate at all. His hands formed a seal, and there was a flash of golden light that turned into a set of golden armor. He walked out of the 10th floor of the tower and appeared in the sky. Enter the formation with your divine sense. Today, my Gue sect will eliminate the devil in the world. Kill this person and obtain eternal fortune. As Na Duo roared, his hands formed a seal and he waved at the sky. His divine sense rushed out toward the mirror in the vortex. Rice nourishes all living things, but there were always some people who liked to put themselves on the side of justice and slander others. It was as if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Na Duo was obviously this kind of person, and most of the people in the Gue sect were also like this. At the same time, the hundreds of Gue sect cultivators all sat down without hesitation. Their divine senses left their bodies and flew into the sky. The divine senses were invisible, but they caused the sky to distort. As their divine senses entered the vortex mirror in the sky, they suddenly appeared in the 5-element water formation. Hundreds of divine senses entered. They didn't waste any time or hesitation. They immediately exerted the full power of their divine senses and rushed towards the periphery of the water ball, crazily squeezing inwards. This was especially true for Na Duo. After putting on the armor, his cultivation had soared. The black-robed old man and the other 3 had also erupted with their full divine senses. As their divine senses condensed like crazy, the ball of water shrank to 30,000 feet. Wang Lin was inside, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he comprehended all the changes in the water essence. Just now, when the Gue sect went all out, the changes in the water essence increased greatly. This allowed Wang Lin to see all the changes in the A0 essence. I understand a little bit. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Wang Lin's hands subconsciously formed a seal to imitate all the changes in the water essence he saw. Just at this moment, the second wave of pressure from the Gue sect closed in. The 30,000-foot ball of water shrank like crazy. 2,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet. Until it was 2,000 feet. It was still shrinking. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. His left hand was still subconsciously imitating, and his right hand waved. The drop of water containing a sliver of source origin that the All-Seer had given him appeared in his hand. I understand. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. The water drop in his right hand gave off a burst of light and rotated in his hand. The light from the water drop made it look like a crystal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he softly said, "Water essence, 380 million changes. Condense water essence, 380 million changes condense. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2,000-foot ball of water began to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. A dense water essence aura burst forth from it. At the same time, outside the ball of water, the water general's hands formed a seal. The divine senses of Na-Duo and all the Gue sect cultivators condensed toward the ball of water one last time. 2,000 feet. His body should have collapsed. Let's crush his origin soul. Condense. Directly refine him into a drop of the universe. The fused divine sense whistled through the air and charged straight at the ball of water. However, the moment it got close, or perhaps it hadn't even exerted any pressure on the ball of water began to shrink on its own, to everyone's astonishment. This scene caused Na-Duo to be startled, the water general to be startled, and everyone with divine senses to be startled. The 2,000-foot ball of water suddenly shrank to 500 feet, and then shrank to 50 feet in an instant. This clearly revealed Wang Lin's figure, who was sitting there with an excited expression. This scene was like a clap of thunder exploding in everyone's mind, causing their minds to go blank for a moment. Not to mention them, even if it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to accept such a thing. They watched as the 50-foot ball of water rapidly condensed into the crystal in Wang Lin's right hand. They watched as the crystal dissipated into Wang Lin's right hand and disappeared without a trace. They watched Wang Lin slowly stand up with a smile on his face. He clasped his hands at their divine senses and the completely stunned water general. Such a great favor. Please accept the bow from me. After Wang Lin finished bowing, he raised his head and waved his sleeves. With this wave, the world changed colors and the wind howled. All of the divine senses were pulled out of the formation, including Na-Duos. Only the water general and Wang Lin remained in the water formation. You. The water general's body trembled, and he coughed out blood. He let out a miserable smile and staggered back a few steps. On planet 5 elements, all of the cultivators outside the tower trembled, and their eyes snapped open. Expressions of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces, as well as boundless terror that engulfed them like a tempest. There was no uproar, only dead silence. It was as if the people of the Gue sect had been frozen. How could this be? How could this be? Na-Duo's eyes were filled with confusion. He still couldn't believe what had happened. He took away the earth spirit, made the fire spirit worship him, and even took away the water spirit essence formed by the drop of the universe. After a long time, the earth cultivators finally regained their senses from their shock. An uproar suddenly broke out. Without exception, everyone let out shocked voices. How'd he do it? This is too unimaginable. This is impossible. Could he have gained enlightenment from the drop of water? How much calculation and comprehension does this require? The black-robed old man and the middle-aged woman couldn't withstand this drastic change. The black-robed old man couldn't speak for a long time, and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear. For chapters had erupted. He didn't calculate how many chapters he had made this month, but he had definitely made more than 80 chapters. It was the final moment. Chapter 1735. Wang Lin ignored the water general who was coughing out blood and retreating with a look of disbelief. He closed his eyes and silently sensed the drop of water in his body. This 8th essence was the water essence, but it hadn't reached completion in Wang Lin's body. Just like the fire essence in the past, this corporeal essence needed to be fused many times before it could reach completion. In truth, this was the difference between the corporeal essence and the ethereal essence. The ethereal essence completely relied on comprehension. Once one comprehended it, they would immediately form their Tao. However, the difficulty of comprehending it was extremely difficult. This could be seen from Wang Lin's karma, life and death, and true and false. In comparison, the corporeal essence was a bit easier, but that was only relative to the ethereal essence. Wang Lin's fire and thunder were like seeds that slowly grew until a true essence appeared. Right now, there was a water essence seed inside Wang Lin's body. With this seed, Wang Lin would be able to reach the realm of essence power step by step. Essences were difficult, but seeds were even more difficult. If Wang Lin hadn't absorbed half of the Thunder Dragon and the Scatter Thunder Clan's immortal Snow Thunder, the Thunder Seed wouldn't have appeared. The fire essence was the same. If it wasn't for Rosefinch awakening it several times, Wang Lin wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the fire essence. Now, the drop of the universe was like the Thunder Dragon and the immortal Snow Thunder, and like Rosefinch awakening the fire essence. It had given Wang Lin the water essence. This was the reason why Wang Lin was so excited. There was no such thing as reaping without sowing. One could only walk one step at a time, and essences were the same. As for the Earth 5-element formation, Wang Lin had absorbed the Earth Spirit, but just this Earth Spirit wasn't enough to condense an Earth Essence seed in Wang Lin's body. It was far from enough. Unless someone like the Water General used a similar method to send out their own comprehension of the third step Earth Essence, and then had the cooperation of hundreds of cultivators, then perhaps he would be able to form an Earth Essence seed. Wang Lin understood that such a thing could only be encountered by chance. Wang Lin opened his eyes as he sensed the overflowing vitality of the water seed in his body. He no longer looked at the Water General coldly, but calmly. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, the Water General seemed to awaken from his shock. He retreated in shock, and, after 7 or 8 steps, he was about to flee. However, he had done so much for Wang Lin, so how could Wang Lin let him leave just like that? He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of the retreating Water General. The heavens and earth rumbled as a gigantic palm appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the Water General. As the Water General struggled to resist, Wang Lin retracted his hand, and the gigantic, illusory hand returned to Wang Lin. Wang Lin extended his right index finger and, without hesitation, tapped the space between the Water General's eyebrows. The Water General's expression twisted with pain. His face had been drained of all his energy due to the divine ability he had just used. He looked like a dried-up corpse, and his life force and soul had completely fused with the armor. He had borrowed the power of the armor, and the armor had used him as its nourishment to grow. This sort of relationship had been maintained for a very, very long time, but now that the Water General was weak, it was fatal. The armor was going to suck away the last bit of his life force. As Wang Lin's finger descended, a boundless power surged out from within his body. It rushed into the Water General's body and turned into a membrane that completely separated his soul, mind, and body from the armor. No matter what, you gave me the Water Essence seed, so I won't kill you. I will save you once. This is Wang's principle. Wang Lin raised his finger and waved it forward. Immediately, the armor on the Water General's body trembled and was forcibly separated from his body. The armor shattered into a large number of pieces and scattered in all directions. However, each fragment had a line of blood connecting it to the Water General's body. Even though the fragments were scattered, the line of blood was still there. From a distance, the Water General's body was so strange that it would make anyone's hair stand on end. This terrifying scene attracted the attention of the Gue sect cultivators on Planet 5 Elements. They forgot about the fear they had felt before and felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the terrifying scene of the Water General's body. The Water General is removing his armor. At the same time, miserable screams came from the Water General's mouth. The pain on his face almost drowned him, but he couldn't pass out. He could only roar in pain, but he also knew that Wang Lin wasn't purposely torturing him, but saving him. If he didn't remove the armor, he would without a doubt die. After all, he had used all his power to kill Wang Lin. He had used up the power of the armor he couldn't withstand. If Wang Lin had been refined by the drop of Qinkuan, then he wouldn't have to worry about the backlash from the armor at all. However, he had fallen to this point. A large amount of red thread squirmed and connected the Water General to the scattered pieces of armor around his body. As they swayed, they caused those pieces of armor to float as well. The Water General's expression was filled with pain, and his miserable screams spread out nonstop. Wang Lin's expression became serious as he stared at the Water General. His eyes lit up, and he began to deduce something. A moment later, he raised his right hand. There was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the red lines around the Water General. Popping sounds echoed. After a few times, all the lines around the Water General's body shattered and returned to the fragments of the armor. The armor was completely separated from the Water General's body. After it scattered, it strangely gathered together to form a complete set of armor that was covered in cracks. It landed on the ground with a bang. The armor looked as if someone was sitting on it, and it emitted a dim, aqua blue light. Within the blue light, a spear materialized. With a hum, it floated up and landed on the armored arms, motionless. After removing the armor, the Water General coughed out a large amount of blood mist. His body was extremely weak, and he staggered back. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. "You can leave, I won't kill you." Wang Lin looked at the armor and slowly said. The Water General was silent for a moment. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. With a sad and tired expression, he took a step back and disappeared from the water formation. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grabbed the armor. He was about to take it away to study it when Wang Lin suddenly looked up. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he took a step forward without hesitation. At the same time, a large amount of ripples appeared on the water formation. These ripples rapidly spread out and gave off a terrifying pressure. In just an instant, the world Wang Lin was in collapsed. This collapse was too sudden. When the water formation completely collapsed and the world turned into countless fragments before Wang Lin, a pressure descended. This pressure was so strong that the world couldn't withstand it. Ripples echoed behind the armor, and a vortex suddenly appeared. A dried-up right hand came out from the vortex and reached toward the armor. A gloomy and old voice came from the vortex. It turned into an invisible sound wave that rushed toward Wang Lin. "This is not something you can have." Scram for the old man. Wang Lin wasn't completely unaware of this sudden change. The step he had taken before the water formation collapsed caused his aura to increase greatly. With that step, he went from ordinary to a peak. His 7 essences also fused with this step. His powerful late-stage spirit void cultivation erupted from his body. The moment his step landed, Wang Lin's ancient Tao bloodline fused into every inch of his flesh and blood and every inch of his bones. This allowed his body to shatter a cultivation planet. Essence, energy, soul, bloodline, everything erupted from Wang Lin's body. It was like a storm that could destroy the heavens had appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin's momentum was monstrous. His step landed just as the vortex appeared and the arm reached out. Wang Lin's right foot wasn't stepping on the void, but on the arm. He mercilessly stepped on it. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that no one could see it clearly. Wang Lin's right foot moved like lightning and contained the tyrannical power of the ancient Tao bloodline. The old voice exclaimed, and the arm that was grabbing the armor quickly changed direction. It formed a seal to resist, but he didn't expect Wang Lin's reaction and ruthlessness. In a rush, Wang Lin's right foot mercilessly kicked the arm. There was a thunderous bang mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The arm became distorted from Wang Lin's kick and became even more swollen. There was a muffled groan coming from the vortex, and the arm quickly retracted. However, there was a popping sound as the swollen arm exploded and blood splattered everywhere. "You dare to steal what belongs to Wang. You must be tired of living." Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stood behind the armor. His eyes were as cold as ice as he looked at the vortex. As he spoke, he casually waved his left hand, and the aqua blue armor and the long spear flew into his sleeve. This series of actions, from his steps to his arms, gave him the air of a grandmaster. It immediately turned into a ray of blue light and was put away by Wang Lin. He didn't waste any time until he put away the armor. "Ancient country cultivator, you're a member of the ancient clan." A distorted voice came from the vortex, along with a painful gasp. All of this was seen by Grand Empyrean Xian Luo outside Planet 5 Elements. He revealed a proud smile, and a domineering aura filled his eyes. Good. He is indeed the seventh son of my ancient Dao clan. This is how he deals with those who dare to offend him. If he didn't do this, I would be a bit dissatisfied, but this suits my temperament. If it was me, I would have cut off his claws. The Gui sect, this group of celestials coming here, is very interesting. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo casually looked at the tower above Planet 5 Elements. If he wanted to, he could just wave his hand and all life on the planet would disappear. He had barely written one chapter since noon. He had been editing and changing, and he felt very tired. He had written a total of 82 chapters, 80 of which were 3,000 words and 2 of which were 2,000 words. He wanted to take half a day off. He would fill in the chapters in a few days. Thank you. July Wildfire, Alliance Master. Thank you to South Pole, Male 888, Book Friend 1102160850465516. Love the most Tong's daughter, Kalu, Drifting in the Mediterranean, Boogie_Book Friend, Fly Moon, Climbing the Wall to Play, Real Body, and fellow cultivator Drifting Dust. You killed your way into the ranks of the Celestial Renegade Alliance Master and followed the Celestial Renegade Wang Lin into Planet 5 Elements as a third-step cultivator. I'm honored to give everyone in essence Fire Chilin. I wish the Celestial Renegade Alliance Master a prosperous life. Chapter 1736. After putting away the Water General armor, Wang Lin's eyes were as cold as ice. He looked at the vortex, and his right hand reached toward it. At the same time, rays of golden light came from the vortex. These rays of golden light were like sharp swords, and as Wang Lin's right hand closed in, they collided. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, turning into layers of echoes within the collapsing water formation that continued to rumble. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps and withdrew his right hand. His expression didn't change at all. It was still extremely cold. The vortex shattered under this rumble and turned into specks of crystal that scattered and disappeared without a trace. On Planet 5 Elements, the 9th floor of the tower was filled with golden light. An old man sat cross-legged in the middle of the golden light. He wore a long golden robe, and the front of his robe was embroidered with the pattern of the 5 elements. It was extremely lifelike. At this moment, the old man's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His right hand was swollen and had turned black. It was twisted in a strange way. It had obviously been broken. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his right arm and dripped onto the ground. Someone from the ancient clan, the power coming from his body belongs to the ancient Dao clan. He doesn't look like a descendant formed from Yimo's 3,000 drops of blood. How could his descendant be as powerful as Yimo? This person is likely not a cultivator from the cave world, but from the immortal astral continent. Damn it, someone else besides my Gui sect actually came here. The old man's pupils shrank, and his expression was filled with pain. He looked down at his right arm, and his eyes were filled with terror and lingering fear. What a ruthless kick. If it wasn't for my armor, my right arm would have been shattered by that kick. I'm afraid my body would have exploded as well. His expression was extremely gloomy. The old man suddenly looked up and shouted toward the outside of the tower. "Naduo, come see me." When the old man's voice came out from the 9th floor of the tower, all the Gui sect cultivators outside the tower were shocked. The uproar instantly dissipated and they knelt down toward the tower. Naduo's eyelids twitched, and he didn't hesitate to rush to the 9th floor of the tower. He cupped his fists and was about to speak, but a giant illusory hand grabbed him and brought him to the 9th floor. Naduo didn't dare to resist and let the big hand drag him into the tower. The moment he appeared on the 9th floor, he immediately knelt on the ground and spoke with rare respect. Junior Naduo pays his respects to the 9th patriarch. Who is he? How did you provoke this person? The golden-robed old man stared at Naduo and shouted. Hearing the old man's words, Duo raised his head and was about to speak, but when he saw the blood the old man coughed out, his heart trembled. When he saw the old man's right arm in a sorry state, a huge wave was set off in his heart. He knew that the ninth patriarch had attacked but didn't gain the upper hand. Instead, he was injured by Wang Lin. At this moment, his body trembled, and he quickly told everything he knew about Wang Lin. As Duo spoke, Wang Lin could have chosen to leave after the water formation collapsed. But he didn't. His body flickered, and the illusory light of the 5 elements became dazzling. When it became clear, what appeared before him was a new world. A cool breeze blew, and a fragrance filled the air, refreshing the heart, making people feel relaxed and happy. This was a dense jungle with no end in sight. The towering trees were like sharp swords that pierced the clouds before exploding, forming leaves and green shadows. 5-element wood formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked around, and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not to mention whether or not he could achieve his goal. Just this 5-element formation was enough for Wang Lin to obtain a great fortune. At this moment, how could Wang Lin let go of this opportunity? He charged forward. However, just as Wang Lin moved, all the towering trees in the 5-element wood formation trembled. Countless leaves fell from the trees as if they were being pulled by a strange force. The leaves flew toward Wang Lin from all directions. There were too many leaves. From a distance, they seemed to cover the sky and submerge the earth. They closed in on Wang Lin like flying petals taking his soul. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He retreated 3 steps and formed a fist with his right hand. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he suddenly raised his hand and tore forward, ripping the heavens. The wind and clouds churned as a loud ripping sound rang out. The world in front of Wang Lin was immediately torn open by a huge rift that connected heaven and earth. It swept out vertically as if it were about to tear the world in two. In truth, the world in front of Wang Lin was indeed torn in two. The rift was pitch black, as if it led to the void. As it continued to expand, it was like the night was devouring the day. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to unleash the power of the ripping the heavens. Countless flying leaves were also being torn in two. All of the leaves were torn down the middle, revealing the thin threads that connected the leaves together. All of the leaves were in the same situation. As the ripping the heavens in Wang Lin's right hand fell, the world rumbled. The loud rumbles shook the area, and the wood formation of the 5 elements looked like it was about to collapse. All of the leaves that were closing in on Wang Lin were split in two. They quickly passed by him and collided with the leaves that were also split in two. From a distance, Wang Lin's figure was drowned out by the collision. A moment later, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered in the wind as he slowly walked out from the darkness. Behind him, the rift continued to expand until it was pitch black like a huge mouth. Behind him was the darkness formed by the collapsing leaves. It was like the end of the world. The moment Wang Lin walked out, the trees that had lost all of their leaves on the wood formation of the 5 elements suddenly started to wriggle strangely. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the trees began to extend in a demonic manner and connect with each other in a complicated manner. As all of the trees on the ground wriggled, they continued to extend until they formed a giant face. Submit or be destroyed. Wang Lin's white hair floated behind him, and his white robe fluttered as well. His expression was calm as he stared at the face on the ground. The face on the tree was silent. After a long time, it slowly closed its ancient eyes. The moment it closed its eyes, a vibrant green appeared between the eyebrows of the giant face and turned into a green crystal that flew toward Wang Lin. It floated motionlessly before Wang Lin until Wang Lin grabbed it with his right hand. The moment he put it away, all of the trees on the ground began to wriggle again and gradually return to their original state. Wang Lin didn't lower his head to look. Instead, he took a step forward, and the scene before him distorted before collapsing. Rays of golden light shot out from the collapsed wood formation and enveloped the area. As the wood formation dissipated, it turned into the last of the 5 elements formation The metal formation. The metal formation contained the power of all metal and stone, and its murderous aura rose into the sky. There was no earth within the metal formation. Where there should have been earth, it was replaced by large swords that emitted golden light. These swords were filled with a desolate, killing intent. There were no clouds in the sky, nor was there a blazing sun. There were still countless sharp swords hanging upside down in the sky. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the tips of the swords let out a humming sound. This was the humming of swords. All the swords here hummed at the same time. Metal was not wood. Wood was soft, which was why Wang Lin had given the wood spirit with intelligence a choice. However, metal was different. Metal was immortal and would never bend. At this moment, the sword humming echoed, and all the swords shot out. Tens of thousands of swords pierced through the heart and shot toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This violent sound became the only sound here, and it lingered for a long time. On planet 5 Elements, on the 9th floor of the tower, after Na Duo told him everything he knew about Wang Lin, the old man's expression became even more gloomy. He still couldn't believe that Wang Lin wasn't someone from the immortal astral continent. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked outside the tower, and killing intent filled his eyes. The metal formation has been broken by him. He is about to enter the 9 cycles. As he spoke, the old man in the golden robe stood up. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. Na Duo hesitated and softly asked, "Ancestor, can the most powerful formation on planet 5 Elements, the 9-cycle heart wheel, stop him?" The 9-cycle heart wheel, 1 cycle out of 9. The faster the heart, the faster it rotates. This person is hard to say. This formation is difficult and easy. It is the sect protection formation of the Guei sect. Although this formation only has 40% of the power of the Guei sect formation, as long as this person can't see through it, as long as the heart wheel rotates a bit, he won't be able to break the formation. Everything will depend on whether his heart moves or not. The old ancestor murmured. His words were too mysterious, and Na Duo didn't seem to understand. However, he didn't ask, but looked up at the sky outside the tower. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside the formation outside planet 5 Elements. As the golden formation collapsed, Wang Lin walked out. At this moment, the scene before him was no longer blurry, and he could clearly see planet 5 Elements not far away. It was as if as long as he took one step forward, he would be able to step onto planet 5 Elements. Behind Wang Lin was the collapsed 5-element formation. Staring at planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin was about to step on it. However, just at this moment, he suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up. In his view, planet 5 Elements actually moved. It slowly began to rotate. Chapter 1737. As Wang Lin watched planet 5 Elements rotate, the gloominess on the golden-robed old man's face disappeared and was replaced with a sinister smile. Even on the immortal astral continent, very few people can break the 9-cycle heart wheel. The key to this formation is the heart. The faster one's heart moves, the more difficult it is to break. You said that this person was extremely cunning on Suzaku and was very smart. Now that so many years have passed, not only has he not died, his cultivation level has increased greatly. He must have experienced countless life and death situations, and his mind must have become a demon. The smarter a person is, the more difficult it is to struggle out of the 9-cycle heart wheel. Right now, it is only the first cycle, and the further it goes, the more dangerous it becomes. Once it reaches the 9th cycle, this person will be trapped here for the rest of his life until his mind is exhausted and he dies. With the old ancestor here, this person will not be able to escape. After Na Duo heard this, he smiled and clasped his hands at the old man. His eyes were filled with respect as he spoke. The golden-robed old man laughed as he looked down at his right arm. There was a flash of hatred in his eyes. Even now, his right arm was still aching, and even when he activated his celestial spiritual energy, it wouldn't ease much. At the same time, outside planet 5 Elements, Grand Emperor Xian Luo, who was still observing, narrowed his eyes. Although the power of this 9-cycle heart wheel formation is ordinary, it is extremely difficult for cultivators who don't understand its structure to break it. I fear this child won't be able to break it. Forget it. I'll take a look. If he is trapped inside, I'll make a move. Grand Emporian Xian Luo gently shook his head. He didn't expect Wang Lin to break the famous formation of the Gue Yi sect, but there was still a trace of expectation in his heart. However, this expectation was very weak. Even he couldn't help but laugh when he sensed this trace of expectation. It's best not to have too high of expectations for him. Even the current ancient Tao Emperor will be trapped if he rashly enters without seeing this formation. Next to Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin's expression was solemn as he stared at the huge planet. However, the more he looked, the faster the planet rotated. At first, it was only rotating slowly, but now it was several times faster than before. Under the constant rotation, Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain in his eyes and dizziness. His mind was also rapidly consumed in those few breaths of time. This discovery caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble, and he closed his eyes without hesitation. However, even with his eyes closed, his divine sense could still see Planet 5 Elements rotating without any pause. What kind of restrictive spell formation is this? Wang Lin's eyes snapped open, and his face darkened. It didn't matter whether he looked at it or not, whether he closed his eyes or not, whether he looked in another direction, whether he ignored the planet or not. However, when he used his divine sense, the planet continued to rotate. Soon, 9 breaths passed, and on the 10th breath, the planet rotated even faster. This caused Wang Lin's dizziness to become even more intense, and his mind began to dissipate uncontrollably. Wang Lin had never experienced such a strange thing in his life, and he couldn't figure out why it was like this. What kind of restriction was there? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He no longer hesitated and charged forward. Even if this planet is strange, it is not far from me. I'll ignore it and directly step onto the planet. Wang Lin was extremely fast, and with one step, he crossed endless distances. However, after one step, Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He found that when he should have stepped on a Planet 5 Elements, it was as if he was standing still. The planet was still rotating before him, and the distance between them hadn't changed at all. It was as if when Wang Lin moved, Planet 5 Elements moved as well. Wang Lin silently pondered. At this moment, the second 9 troubles passed, and the formation entered the 3rd cycle. The planet's rotation speed increased once more, and in Wang Lin's eyes, Planet 5 Elements was becoming blurry. What kind of formation is this? It's so strange. As Planet 5 Elements continued to rotate, Wang Lin felt annoyed. This annoyance didn't come suddenly. It was as if it had always existed. However, the moment this annoyance appeared, the planet's rotation speed suddenly increased in Wang Lin's eyes. This sudden increase caused the planet's rotation to become blurry. At a glance, it looked as if it had become a giant cyclone. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale, and he couldn't suppress the annoyance in his heart. It became stronger and stronger, and at the same time, Planet 5 Elements rotated faster and faster. Something is wrong. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to retreat and was about to leave this place. However, no matter how fast he retreated, the distance between him and Planet 5 Elements didn't decrease at all. This extremely strange change shocked Wang Lin, and his annoyance increased. At this moment, the 4th 9 troubles passed, and Planet 5 Elements entered the 5th cycle. The moment it entered the 5th cycle, due to Wang Lin's annoyance, Planet 5 Elements completely changed. It no longer looked like a cultivation planet, but a circular vortex that rotated rapidly. Wang Lin's body trembled and his chest felt stuffy. As Planet 5 Elements rotated, Wang Lin felt like the world was spinning. It was as if space itself was rotating, and the only thing that wasn't rotating was himself. However, it was because of this contradiction that Wang Lin felt out of place here. The dizziness made Wang Lin feel extremely painful, and he felt like he was going to vomit like a mortal. He staggered back a few steps. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the vortex, and aside from annoyance, there was also madness in his eyes. However, as soon as this madness appeared, the vortex rotated even faster. It became indescribably fast, and as it rotated, Wang Lin's footsteps became unstable. He didn't even notice that his body was being pulled along with the vortex. On the 9th floor of the Five Elements Tower, the golden-robed old man laughed heartily when he saw this. His eyes were filled with cruelty as he looked at the sky outside the tower with contempt and disdain. It is already the 5th cycle. He can't escape. Even if the old man enters and reaches the 5th cycle, he won't be able to escape. He can only waste his mental energy and use up all his lifespan before dying. This person wants to break into my planet 5 elements? He is simply overestimating himself. Naduo also revealed a smile, but there was lingering fear in his eyes as he stared at the sky outside the tower. Although he didn't know as much about the 9-cycle heart wheel as the golden-robed old man, he had personally entered it a long time ago. He knew how terrifying the formation was. Back then, he had fainted in the 3rd cycle and was saved by his ancestor. It took him a long time to recover. From then on, he only felt awe and fear toward the 9 cycles. Outside Planet 5 Elements, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo gently shook his head and let out a sigh. It's better not to have any expectations. Even if there is a trace of expectation, it will turn into disappointment. However, it is already very rare for him to last until the 5th cycle. Forget it. Let him experience it a bit more. I'll deal with the 9th cycle. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo was still a bit disappointed, but he also understood that if he hadn't become a Grand Empyrean and didn't know about the Gue Sect's famous formation, he would have suffered the same fate. Wang Lin's face was pale. At the 9th breath of the 5th cycle, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood was caused by his mental exhaustion. His body slowly rotated, but he forced it to stop. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled. Madness and irritation filled his mind. He stared at the rapidly rotating vortex that was about to reach its limit and stood there motionlessly. He knew that whether he looked or not, the vortex would continue to rotate. He knew that whether he looked or not, the vortex would continue to rotate. He also understood that if his body rotated with the vortex, then the vortex of Planet 5 Elements would suck his entire mind into it. Once it was completely exhausted, only death awaited him. Every 9 breaths, the rotation of Planet 5 Elements will suddenly increase. Wang Lin endured the dizziness and the pain that made him feel uncomfortable. He forced his mind to calm down and think. 9 breaths for a change. And the moment I became irritable, the rotation accelerated. The moment I went crazy, the rotation accelerated. The more Wang Lin thought and studied, the faster the rotation became, making it impossible for him to calm down. He stared at the vortex around Planet 5 Elements. The more he couldn't calm down, the more he had to think. He had to find out what was causing everything he saw and felt to rotate. Soon, the 6th 9 breaths passed, the 7th 9 breaths passed, and the 8th 9 breaths passed in a flash. The golden-robed old man on the 9th floor of the tower waved his hand and laughed as he took Naduo out of the tower. The 9th cycle, this person is dead for sure. Naduo, follow the old man to collect this person's corpse. The golden-robed old man laughed. Just as he was about to step forward, his laughter suddenly stopped and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Slow. The rotation slowed down. Impossible. This is the 9th cycle. This. Naduo was also horrified. He originally had a smile on his face, but his smile immediately turned into horror. Similarly, outside Planet 5 Elements, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo shook his head and suppressed the disappointment in his heart. He raised his right hand and was about to make a move. However, the moment he raised his hand, his eyes narrowed and he slowly lowered his right hand. His heart, which had not moved for countless years, began to beat violently. Inside the formation, The moment the ninth cycle arrived, Wang Lin suddenly closed his eyes. My heart. It's my heart. My heart is moved, so my mind is moved, my soul is moved, and my body is moved. Everything is moving, so Planet 5 Elements is moving in my view. All of this is because my heart is not calm. The bloodshot lines in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. The irritation and madness dissipated, leaving behind only calmness. If everyone wants to see the rotation of Planet 5 Elements, you can go to my QQ and 10-cent Weibo to find it. The pictures can't be uploaded. Chapter 1738. The ninth cycle, the first breath. Wang Lin closed his eyes. He had tried using the true and false essence, but it had no effect here. Whether it was true or false, it was all idealism. If Wang Lin's heart was moved, then everything would move. The moment he closed his eyes, Wang Lin suddenly opened them. His eyes were as calm as water. He understood that all of this was just a way to sharpen his heart. If his heart was calm, then the world would be calm. However, it was difficult to calm the heart, especially when he was feeling irritated. Although it looked like Wang Lin was calm, he hadn't completely calmed down. What he could do now was only calm his body. As Wang Lin's body gradually calmed down, Planet 5 Elements began to slow down from its rapid rotation. This slowdown was very obvious. In an instant, it slowed down several-fold. The ninth cycle, the second breath. After his body calmed down, the planet suddenly slowed down. Although it still looked like a vortex, the dizziness, nausea, and dizziness all made Wang Lin feel like a bowl of ice water had been poured over him. At this moment, his heart showed signs of calming down. As a result, what became calm was Wang Lin's soul. His soul became calm. If the soul was calm, the vortex on Planet 5 Elements slowed down several-fold. From afar, it was a blur. It was as if the vortex was anchored to the planet. It was as if it could no longer maintain that dizzying vortex. The ninth cycle, the third breath. The moment the third breath passed, Wang Lin's body and soul became calm, and his mind became calm as well. The calmness of his origin soul and divine sense made Wang Lin feel like he was ethereal. His white hair fluttered as he stood there. His expression was no longer pale, only calm like an ancient well. In his eyes, Planet 5 Elements had become even slower. It was no longer a vortex and had returned to the appearance of a cultivation planet. Although it was still blurry, Wang Lin could see its rotation with his naked eye. Looking at Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin revealed a smile. This smile was very calm and contained no anger. There was only the calmness of someone who had seen through everything. Time was still passing. During the ninth cycle, the fourth breath, the fifth breath, the sixth breath. At this moment, Planet 5 Elements was completely silent. All the cultivators of the Gue sect looked up at the sky with indescribable shock in their eyes. This was especially true for the golden-robed old man. His face was pale as he muttered incessantly. Even now, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. This had exceeded his imagination and predictions. To him, this was simply impossible. He didn't belong to the cave world. He came from the Gue sect. He was too clear on how powerful and terrifying the nine-cycle heartwheel was. This formation was famous on the immortal astral continent. He had never thought that a cultivator from the cave world would show signs of breaking this formation in such a short period of time. Although the nine-cycle heartwheel around Planet 5 Elements was much weaker than the one on the immortal astral continent, this was indeed the nine-cycle heartwheel. This is impossible. Even if he has comprehended the changes of the formation, it is already the ninth cycle. Time is limited. He can't stop the heart will completely before the ninth breath arrives. The golden-robed old man clenched his fist and muttered something he wasn't sure about himself. Not Duo, who was beside him, was filled with fear. He had also noticed a change on Wang Lin's side and knew how strange this formation was. He sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't say a word. A monstrous wave surged in his heart, and he felt an inexplicable fear toward Wang Lin. Outside Planet 5 Elements, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Wang Lin. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo had seen all of Wang Lin's actions, and his heart trembled violently once more. Because he can't calm his heart in an instant, he uses his body as a guide and his body as a shape. It is easy to calm down. Once the body is calm, it will move the soul in the body. Then the soul body will be the source to control the mind and calm down the body. Once the body, soul, and mind are all calm, the heart will also calm down. It is extremely rare for this child to think of such a method in such a short period of time. This kind of reaction and enlightenment is very rare. This child is mine. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's eyes revealed a rare excitement. The 9th cycle, the 8th breath. Wang Lin's heart completely calmed down at this moment. He stood there with a smile on his face. The rotation of Planet 5 Elements was already so slow that it was almost impossible to detect. Everything on the planet was no longer blurry, but clearly displayed before Wang Lin's eyes. When the 9th breath arrived, Planet 5 Elements no longer rotated in Wang Lin's eyes. It was completely still. If he wanted to, he only needed to take a step forward to walk out of the 9-cycle heart wheel and on a Planet 5 Elements. However, Wang Lin didn't do this. He had cultivated his entire life, and after suffering a loss, he would always return the favor. Now that he had almost died from mental exhaustion outside Planet 5 Elements, he wouldn't be Wang Lin if he endured this. I don't know the name of this formation, but 9 is one change, and now it has changed 9 times. Each change forms a vortex, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the 9-cycle heart wheel. How can this formation be something that your Planet 5 Elements can turn and stop as you wish? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and pointed at Planet 5 Elements. His right hand drew a circle in the opposite direction. The heart moves, and the planet moves. At this moment, my heart moves in the opposite direction and causes the planet to turn into a vortex. Since you all used this formation to trap me, then you can personally experience the beauty of this formation. Wang Lin's right hand drew several circles in a row. The moment his right hand moved, Planet 5 Elements began to rotate once more. This time, it was rotating in a different direction than before. This time, it was rotating in the opposite direction. The moment it moved, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, who was outside Planet 5 Elements, laughed. His eyes were filled with admiration. This child suits my temperament. Very good, very good. At the same time, contrary to Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's happiness, all the Gue E-Sec cultivators on Planet 5 Elements were originally looking at the sky, but at this moment, the sky suddenly changed. The sky was no longer blue, and there was no longer any bright light. The sky disappeared and was replaced by the 5-element star system. All the Gue E-Sec cultivators saw a giant cultivation planet. This planet was Planet 5 Elements. This feeling was extremely mysterious. They were clearly standing on Planet 5 Elements, but they could see Planet 5 Elements. This change caused everyone's hearts to tremble uncontrollably. The golden-robed old man was also shocked. After a moment of shock, his expression changed greatly. Not good. In an instant, Planet 5 Elements began to rotate in the eyes of all the Gue E-Sect cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Planet 5 Elements rotated even faster. The heart moves, and the star moves. Their emotions had been shaken by the sudden scene just now, so they were completely immersed in the 9-cycle heart chakra. In their eyes, Planet 5 Elements rotated so fast that it turned into a vortex. This was only the 8th calamity of the first cycle. The cultivators all coughed out blood and retreated. Their expressions were filled with fear, and bursts of panicked screams echoed. The 2nd cycle suddenly arrived. Naduo coughed up blood and immediately closed his eyes, but the pain on his face and the feeling of the world spinning around him made it impossible for him to calm down. He could only resist, but the more he resisted, the faster the planet spun in his divine sense. The fear from the past filled his mind once more, and Na Duo almost went crazy. As for the golden-robed old man, his face was deathly pale. At that moment, he raised his right hand and pressed it against the center of his brows. He wanted to force himself to calm down, but the screams and cries for help from the people around him disturbed his state of mind, making it impossible for him to calm down quickly. In his eyes, Planet 5 Elements had completely turned into a vortex. A sense of dizziness filled his body, making him feel irritated and crazy. A large amount of his mind was consumed, and he couldn't control it. At this moment, the 9-cycle heart wheel had reached the 4th cycle. The moment it entered the 4th cycle, all the cultivators, aside from Na Duo and the golden-robed old man, passed out. Although they were unconscious, the pain in their eyes became stronger and stronger. Their minds dissipated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they all aged and their bodies rapidly withered. Not only did their minds dissipate, their lifespan also dissipated. Na Duo didn't feel good either. He struggled for a moment before his vision went black and he passed out. Only the golden-robed old man was still struggling. The veins on his face were swollen and his eyes were filled with madness. He could see the reflection of Planet 5 Elements in his eyes. The reflection was a rapidly rotating vortex. It was impossible to tell it was a cultivation planet. Time passed. The 5th cycle, the 6th cycle, and just as the 7th cycle entered, the golden-robed old man coughed out blood once more and his face showed signs of withering. Just at this moment, 3 low roars resounded from the 7th, 6th, and 5th levels of the pagoda. At the same time, 3 aged figures transformed into rays of light that whistled out from the pagoda. They executed some sort of divine ability, but the 3 of them flicked their sleeves at the same time and shot into the starry sky. A deafening roar resounded throughout the world in an instant, forming endless echoes that roared and rumbled endlessly. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the sky collapsed and the rotating Planet 5 Elements collapsed. Everything turned into distorted fragments that were forcefully torn apart. As the planet was torn apart, Wang Lin's figure appeared in the sky above Planet 5 Elements. His evaluation score had reached 8. 2 points. Very good, very powerful. He was only a bit away from 3 crowns. He was only a bit more than 20,000 points away from 5 crowns. He should be able to reach 5 crowns soon. He was looking forward to it. He would definitely be able to reach it. As for whether you all believe it or not, I believe it. Chapter 1739. The sky distorted and the illusory Planet 5 Elements collapsed. The entire sky seemed to turn into fragments that scattered in all directions. If not for the 3 of them acting, the 9-cycle heart wheel would have caused all the Gue E-Sec cultivators to wither and die. This was not because Wang Lin was cruel, but because he had experienced the same thing. At this moment, Wang Lin appeared in the distorted sky and calmly looked around. He saw the hundreds of unconscious cultivators, Na Duo, the golden-robed old man with a broken arm, and the 3 gloomy middle-aged men staring at him. Although these 3 men looked middle-aged, the aura of decay they gave off and their strange clothes showed that they had lived for a very long time. They weren't cultivators from the cave world. They were from the immortal astral continent. After Wang Lin's gaze swept by, his expression was still calm. He waved his sleeves and clasped his hands at the world. Wang Lin of the cave world has come to greet the cultivators of the immortal astral continent. I'm here to show my hospitality as a host. Everyone, I wonder if you've been living well here since the ancient times. After Wang Lin spoke, the expression of the golden-robed old man changed greatly. He had already been injured by the 9-cycle heart wheel, and the change in his mind caused his injuries to worsen. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The expressions of the 3 cultivators that walked out didn't change, but their pupils shrank. Their gazes toward Wang Lin became even colder. As Wang Lin spoke, he stepped forward and his right hand formed a fist. The moment he formed his fist, the ancient god stars between his eyebrows and the ancient devil stars in his left and right eyes rotated at the same time. A giant ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. The shadow stood tall and occupied the sky when it reappeared. It raised its head and formed a fist, exactly the same as Wang Lin. Ancient Tao. The expression of one of the middle-aged men changed. The three of them charged at Wang Lin. One of them transformed into a 9-color dragon, which roared as it swept across the land. The other person was surrounded by black gas as he moved forward. A huge ghost shadow appeared above his head. The ghost shadow was ferocious and roared as it charged forward. The final person was surrounded by the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth flickered, and illusory images of the 5 elements appeared around him. As he strode forward, colors flashed in the sky as he closed in. Wang Lin's right hand clenched into a fist as he advanced toward the pagoda. He raised his right hand, preparing to unleash a punch. However, the 3 people approached to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, without the slightest trace of panic. Since he dared to come here, he was naturally prepared. Although the 3 of them had extraordinary cultivation, Wang Lin didn't care. As the 3 of them closed in, Wang Lin waved his left hand. The giant ancient Tao shadow behind him raised its left hand and twisted. It suddenly appeared next to Wang Lin and surrounded Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the spells from the 3 of them arrived and collided with the ancient Tao shadow protecting Wang Lin. The ancient Tao shadow trembled and couldn't withstand such a powerful bombardment. After a few breaths of time, it collapsed. The collapse of the ancient Tao shadow created a shocking shockwave that spread out in all directions. This shockwave contained the power of Tao blessing, and as it spread out, the world trembled. The 3 middle-aged men trembled and retreated several thousand feet before stopping. The ancient Tao shadow exploded, but Wang Lin wasn't injured at all. All of this was within his calculations. Borrowing the impact of the ancient Tao shadow's collapse, he stepped forward and appeared at the top of the pagoda. His right hand formed a fist, and he let out a roar as he threw a punch at the pagoda. It could be said that the reason Wang Lin had come to Planet 5 Elements was for this punch. His goal was to force out all the hidden forces on Planet 5 Elements. He wanted to see what kind of powerful cultivators existed here. He wanted to understand how sharp the second nail, aside from Tian Yunzi, was and how deep it had been nailed. Only when he completely understood all of this could he formulate a plan to find the third soul. He had to force the other party out from the shadows. The world seemed to dim at this moment. The impact of the collapse of the ancient Tao shadow was extremely powerful. Its appearance spread out with Wang Lin as the center, preventing everyone from moving forward. The impact was like a roar that swept away all obstacles for Wang Lin. This allowed his punch to fly toward the pagoda. The expressions of the 3 middle-aged men changed greatly. They wanted to stop Wang Lin, but they were stopped by the impact of the collapse of the ancient Tao shadow. All of this was part of Wang Lin's plan. His fist released a heaven-shaking howl. This punch contained his determination and the full power of his cultivation, and it got closer and closer to the pagoda. However, just at this moment, a powerful aura came from the 4th floor of the tower. Under this aura, a young man in black walked out from the 4th floor. This young man looked ordinary, but his eyes revealed a mysterious light. He was none other than the young man who had walked out from the crack in Wang Lin's divine retribution. This young man had been looking for something in the Summoned River, but many years ago, he had helplessly returned to Planet 5 Elements and went into closed-door cultivation on the 4th floor. At this moment, he was forced out by Wang Lin. He knew Wang Lin, and Wang Lin had seen him before. "It's you!" The moment the young man appeared, Wang Lin immediately saw him. He only had one memory of this person. In the ancient celestial realm, there was an ancient god statue holding an ancient mirror, as if he was looking for something. After the young man appeared, he didn't speak but walked toward Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin's fist descended, the young man's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The moment the seal appeared, 6 giant, black flowers appeared behind the young man. These 6 flowers bloomed in a demonic manner, and as the young man pointed, the 6 flowers gave off a ghostly light. As they bloomed, 6 white arms stretched out from the stamens and pointed toward Wang Lin's fist. They collided in an instant, and a loud bang echoed. As Wang Lin's fist trembled, he clearly felt the destructive force from the young man's seal rush into his body. This caused Wang Lin to immediately retreat a few steps. The young man didn't have it any better. His face turned pale, and popping sounds came from his body. He also retreated a few steps, and the 6 flowers behind him all collapsed. They were evenly matched. As Wang Lin retreated, 6 black flowers appeared on his right arm, as if they were imprinted on his arm. His arm began to rot, and thick liquid flowed out. Intense pain spread to his mind, and there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As the young man retreated, an illusory star appeared between his eyebrows. 1 star appeared in both his left and right eyes. This was the result of the power of Tao blessing fusing with Wang Lin's cultivation. After the star appeared, it turned into the shadows of the ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. They existed in the young man's mind and attempted to devour his origin soul and soul. This young man's expression remained calm from beginning to end. Just this calmness alone made him a character in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin didn't know that this young man was named Yunifeng. Back in the Guei sect on the immortal astral continent, he was a famous person, and he was ranked 3rd among the core disciples. He had entered this place with his uncle teacher and others. After countless years of tempering in the cave world, once he returned to the immortal astral continent, he would definitely be a heaven-defying genius and would be able to compete for the title of number 1 disciple. As the number 1 disciple of the Guei sect, his name would spread among the 9 sects of the immortal astral continent, including the Shan sect. The 2 of them didn't speak. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and 3 of the 6 black flowers dissipated. The remaining 3 collapsed under the effects of the eternal Tao blessing inside Wang Lin's body, causing his entire right arm to recover. The young man also had his own methods. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed at his chest a few times. Then he took out a black, seed-like pill and swallowed it. The pill suddenly erupted with a strange power in his body, erasing the images of the 3 ancient clans in his mind in one fell swoop. However, due to the pill, his recovery speed was a few breaths slower than Wang Lin's. These few breaths of time were enough for Wang Lin to do whatever he wanted. He didn't attack the young man, but formed a fist after his right hand recovered. While the young man was recovering, Wang Lin threw a punch at the tower. This time, the young man couldn't stop it. The punch landed and the world rumbled. The tower trembled as if it had absorbed the power of Wang Lin's punch. The tower began to collapse from the bottom layer, and as the layers collapsed, the tower began to disintegrate. Large amounts of dust flew into the air as the tower collapsed from the bottom layer all the way to the 4th layer. The pagoda suddenly exploded. However, the topmost 3 floors did not move in the slightest. There was not the slightest change as they floated there, emitting waves of resplendent light. This 3-story pagoda was like an independent existence. It was as if the cultivators from the immortal astral continent had only brought this 3-story pagoda. However, as time passed, their descendants built the 4th and 5th floors, until now. The instant the 3rd and lower floors of the tower collapsed, an old but dignified voice came from within the flickering, ghostly light from the 3rd floor. This voice was like thunder, but it was stronger than all thunder. When it spoke, the world changed colors as if law had descended. Junior Barbarian Cultivator of the Ancient Tao Clan. Your Ancient Tao Clan is the weakest among the 3 ancient clans. You're all barbarians. Forget you. Even if your elders came, they would only be vulgar barbarians before my Guei sect. The voice echoed with a hint of arrogance. Head disciple Wang Lin roared. Before Wang Lin could feel any disgust from these words, Grand Emperor Xian Luo's expression became gloomy. In his life, no one had dared to insult the ancient Dao clan like this. The old man from the third layer was the first. However, if this arrogant old man knew that his words had been heard by Grand Empyrean Xianluo, who is outside Planet Five Elements, what kind of expression would he have? Would he be scared stiff? He had seen a cartoon when he was young, but he couldn't remember the name. There was a very powerful line called Hikari. Please give me power. Fellow Taoist, please bestow me with a monthly ticket. Chapter 1740. The sandstorm was a blur. The moment Wang Lin's body shrank into a ball, the wooden man's fist closed in. This punch didn't contain much force, but it contained the spell of the old man's late-stage arcane void cultivation. This wasn't a punch of strength, but a punch of a spell. The moment the punch landed, the sandstorm shrank even more and charged at Wang Lin's body as if it was going to tear him apart. Rumbling filled the air, shaking heaven and earth. Planet Five Elements spun madly, spreading out in all directions, even out of the planet and into the starry sky. Wang Lin's body was hit by the wood and earth essences, but the immortal ancient spell erupted and surrounded his body. As a result, Wang Lin didn't die. The moment the two essences closed in, Wang Lin borrowed the force of the impact and shot out like an arrow. He broke through the sandstorm and flew off into the distance. His speed was too fast. Aside from his own ancient Tao and cultivation, he also had the full power of the old man's late-stage arcane void cultivation. If not for Wang Lin's immortal ancient spell, even with his current body, he would have died. However, with the protection of the immortal ancient spell, as long as it wasn't for long, Wang Lin's body wouldn't be destroyed. Borrowing the power of the old man, Wang Lin's speed had surpassed the limit of arcane void cultivators. He was almost like someone who had gone through several arcane tribulants. At this moment, the world howled and Planet Five Elements seemed like it was going to collapse. The only thing that remained was the ray of light that Wang Lin was going to charge out of the cave world. This ray of light charged at the tower protected by the light and instantly collided with it. Wang Lin had used his body as the strongest treasure to break the protection of the tower in one fell swoop. The ring of light around the tower let out a cracking sound and began to distort. However, before it completely collapsed, it shattered where Wang Lin touched it, allowing Wang Lin's body to charge inside. It wasn't until he charged in that the light could keep up with his speed, and a large amount of debris was pushed back. Wang Lin's body broke through the light and didn't stop at all. He smashed into the second floor of the tower with the help of the immortal ancient spell. The tower trembled, and a large gap was opened by Wang Lin. The fragments of the gap scattered and quickly dissipated before Wang Lin's eyes. Just as Wang Lin broke into the second floor, he saw an old man surrounded by the power of the five elements at the center of the second floor. Although the old man's skin was old, his hair was indeed black. He was cultivating in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, his mind was shaken by Wang Lin's sudden intrusion. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he saw the old man's eyes, Wang Lin's heart rumbled. If this old man was a bit younger, then he would be exactly the same as Na Duo. Moreover, the old man's pupils actually had the 9-cycle heart chakra revolving. Scram! A shocking roar sounded out from the second level. It was filled with rage and spread throughout Planet Five Elements. This voice caused the heart of the armored elder who had come out from the third level to tremble, and a look of respect and fear appeared in his eyes. Even Yin Yifeng's lazy expression immediately disappeared and was replaced with reverence. Everyone outside and awake at this moment trembled. It was obvious they were extremely afraid of the owner of this voice. This voice came from Wang Lin, and his immortal ancient Tao body immediately showed signs of collapsing. His mind rumbled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated uncontrollably. It was as if this roar was going to force him out of the second floor. The difference in cultivation levels between the two sides was too great. However, Wang Lin was unwilling to be forced out like this. He still hadn't seen the person in the first floor. At this moment, His eyes lit up and revealed a decisive and ruthless gaze. Wang Lin was ruthless not only toward others but also toward himself. As he retreated, he raised his right hand, and there was a flash of bloodlight. It was the blood sword. The moment he was knocked out of the tower by the roar, he clenched his teeth and risked being injured to throw his right hand. With this swing, the blood sword whistled through the air and charged towards the first layer. At the same time, Wang Lin coughed out another mouthful of blood. He raised his left hand and pointed at the second floor. What big guts! Just at this moment, the old man in the second floor stood up. His eyes were filled with indifference as he raised his right hand to grab the blood sword. However, just at this moment, the finger that Wang Lin had pointed at the second floor erupted with its spell. Stop! Wang Lin has already risked everything. He knows that with the protection of the immortal ancient Tao body, even if he is seriously injured, he won't die. Since he won't die, then he can risk it. Even if he is seriously injured, he has a way to leave this place. Under the effect of the stop spell, the old man's right hand that was about to grab the blood sword paused. This pause only lasted for a moment before it collapsed. Wang Lin was hit by the backlash from the stop spell, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his pores. However, all of this was worth it in his eyes. The old man's pause allowed the blood sword to rush into the first floor of the tower with a bang, opening a 3-inch gap, and flash through the other side of the tower. As Wang Lin retreated, he stared at the 3-inch gap, and his eyes were filled with shock. He saw that there was no cultivator in the first floor, only a set of black armor. This armor was as black as the night, and it could devour all light. Wang Lin quickly retreated and coughed out more blood. As he retreated, there was a flash of blood light outside the tower. Just as he was about to withdraw the blood sword, a white hand grabbed it. It was the old man from the second floor. At this moment, he walked out of the tower and grabbed the blood sword. No matter how much the sword struggled in his hand, it couldn't break free. Greetings, Senior Brother Ma. Outside the tower, the old man wearing wood and earth armor was extremely respectful as he clasped his hands. Greetings, Martial Uncle Ma. There was also the arrogant Yun Yifeng. At this moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were filled with fervent respect as he clasped his hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Ma. In the distance, the 3 people that were blocked by the collapse of the ancient order shadow all clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. Wang Lin retreated into the distance and stared at all of this. He already understood that all the foreign cultivators on Planet 5 Elements had been forced out by him. If the old man named Ma was young, he would look exactly like Na Duo. He was clearly the leader of the foreign cultivators he had seen in the Scatter Thunder clan. The nail had been pulled out, so the other party was no longer hiding in the dark. Wang Lin had seen through everything. Right now, he would no longer choose to stay here. He would leave. Although his injuries were serious, Wang Lin didn't panic. As he retreated, he pointed at the sky. The moment his right hand pointed at the sky, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the old man named Ma. He stared at Wang Lin and closed in on him. You deserve to die for disturbing the old man's cultivation. You deserve to die if you take one more step. The moment the old man named Ma spoke, Wang Lin coldly spoke. There was still blood coming from the corner of his mouth, but his words were decisive. The sky suddenly darkened, as if a giant figure had covered the sky. At the same time, a giant pair of eyes appeared in the sky. These eyes were ruthless and had no color. It was as if all life was no different from a speck of dust in their eyes. The old man, named Ma's mind trembled, and he looked up at the eyes in the sky. His pupil shrank, and he immediately stopped. He didn't dare to take another step. Being stared at by those eyes, monstrous waves were set off in the old man, named Ma's heart. His expression changed rapidly and revealed a hint of disbelief. There was also fear and shock that he couldn't hide. He wasn't the only one who didn't dare to move. The old man in the wood and earth armor also didn't dare to move. At this moment, the old man's body trembled and his face turned pale when he looked at the eyes in the sky. The moment those eyes swept past him, his mind trembled. The other 3 people around him also trembled and were shocked by the eyes in the sky. Yun Feng was startled for a moment, and his eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the old man named Ma, and when he saw the old man's expression, his face immediately turned pale. Heavenly Tao, the old man named Ma silently pondered. After a long time, he looked deeply at Wang Lin. Killing intent and greed were hidden in his eyes, but he still didn't dare to take another step forward. He didn't dare to take the risk. "Give me the sword." Wang Lin slowly retreated and stepped into the sky. From the people below, he was standing between the eyebrows of the emotionless eyes. The old man named Ma clenched his right hand and tightly gripped the blood sword. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Lin. "I'm very surprised that the heavenly Tao is in your hands. However, the old man doesn't believe in the heavenly Tao. You have the power of the old man. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured like this." As the old man named Ma spoke, he raised his right foot and was about to step down. However, his eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, not letting go of any change in Wang Lin's expression. Wang Lin smiled and softly said, "I indeed can't step down, but you still have to return the sword to me." His admission caused the old man named Ma to frown. He was a bit uncertain. His foot stopped, and he couldn't put it down. He stared at Wang Lin for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues from Wang Lin's expression. Since he dared to come, he must have something to rely on. "Give me the sword in 3 breaths." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. 3 breaths of time passed in an instant. The old man named Ma finally withdrew his foot and threw the blood sword at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't catch it, but the nether beast behind him opened its mouth and swallowed the blood sword. "Goodbye." Wang Lin clasped his hands and retreated. He left planet 5 elements and stepped among the stars. 3 branches of the Grand Tao, 300 alliance leaders. Thank you, Pa Yudwa and fellow cultivator Lei, who came to read books when you were bored. Thank you for killing the Celestial Renegade Alliance leader and following the Celestial Renegade Wang Lin into Planet 5 Elements as a 3rd-step cultivator. I am honored to gift you the restriction essence. In the future, your name will spread across the immortal astral continent. At the same time, I also thank Purple Moon 1970, House of Intoxication, and fellow cultivator Inai Yao, and Inai Yao for opening up a new path to become a 3rd-step cultivator. I will gift you the ancient mirror to express my gratitude. Chapter 1741. As Wang Lin retreated, he took 2 steps and landed on the back of the nether beast. After Wang Lin left, the nether beast had merged with the planet, making it impossible for others to see it. At this moment, it appeared, and Wang Lin sat down with a pale face. He endured the pain from his injuries and stared at Planet 5 Elements. After seeing that there was no change to Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin knew that the other party didn't dare to gamble. In truth, even if the other party dared to gamble, Wang Lin still had a way to escape. He still had the Li Guang Bao, and although he didn't want to use it now, he would take it out in a moment of danger. Although Wang Lin was injured on this trip to Planet 5 Elements, his harvest was great. He raised his right hand and pointed at his body a few times to suppress the pain. Then he slowly retreated with the nether beast. They left Planet 5 Elements and appeared in the brilliant void. That old man, named Ma, seems to be very powerful, even stronger than the Sovereign. Even if he hasn't reached the void turbulent stage, he must have gone through several arcane turbulence. Also, there was no one on the 1st floor, only a suit of armor. This Gui sect cultivator's spell is very strange. He is borrowing the power of the armor. The armor on the 1st floor likely belongs to the old man named Ma. If it really belongs to him, then what kind of cultivation level will he reach after wearing it? Wang Lin pondered. After Wang Lin left, the old man named Ma's expression was gloomy as he stared at the sky. He was hesitating and wavering between attacking and giving up. He wasn't sure if Wang Lin had any other backup plans, but just the fact that Wang Lin had dared to come here despite knowing how dangerous this place was and had still dared to take the blood sword from him showed that Wang Lin was prepared. As he pondered, a cold glint appeared in the eyes of the old man named Ma. He stood there, and the surroundings were silent. The old man in the dual-element armor didn't dare to make a single sound and just stood there respectfully. The three people from the 5th to 7th floors were also extremely respectful. They were extremely fearful of the old man, surnamed Ma. As for the whole unitary sex palanquin, Yun Tufeng, he stood beside the old man, surnamed Ma, and looked up at the sky in silence. What do you think? The old man with the surname Ma suddenly opened his mouth after a long time. Although he did not say who he was speaking to, only Yun Yifeng revealed a pondering expression and slowly muttered, "Junior doesn't believe that the heavenly Tao can devour us." After Marshal Uncle found some clues about the heavenly Tao, I followed it. Although I didn't find anything after all these years, I did make some guesses. The heavenly Tao had already been split. Although this child had grasped it, it was definitely not complete. An incomplete heavenly Tao might be able to devour all living beings, but it couldn't devour those with profound cultivation. He should have come here because he found out that we aren't cultivators from a cave world. This is a critical moment to find the third soul, so he should be wary of our strength. He came here to force us out from the shadows. Once he knows everything about us, he can make a plan. Of course, this is just Junior's guess. If this is really the case, then this person is quite a character. Yin Yifeng pondered a bit and slowly said, "That should be it. Aside from the heavenly Tao, this person should have a backup, which is why he dared to come here so calmly." The old man named Ma's eyes lit up, and he withdrew his gaze from the sky. He looked at the people around him and was about to return to the tower with a gloomy expression. However, right at this moment, a calm voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens and earth of Planet 5 Elements. "Just now, was it your ancient Tao clan that was filled with barbarians?" The moment this voice appeared, the expression of the old man named Ma changed greatly. His pupils shrank, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Although this voice was calm, it contained a power that would cause one's heart to tremble. The old man named Ma was not the only one. Yin Yifeng's expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to move. The three people around him also trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. As for the old man wearing the dual-element armor, his face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That voice entered the minds of everyone present and turned into a wave of fear that erupted from their bodies. This fear was enough to destroy all their vitality. The three middle-aged men coughed out blood, and their bodies trembled before they were pushed back. It was as if an invisible person had closed in and pushed them away with a palm. The weather changed, and the wind and clouds tumbled backwards. As layers of ripples spread out, an indistinct figure appeared in the sky and walked towards the ground. This figure wasn't tall, but his appearance caused the earth to tremble and Planet 5 Elements to seem like it was going to collapse. All life fell into a panic that they couldn't extricate themselves from. It was as if this figure contained the power to destroy all life and shatter the heavens. His appearance caused Planet 5 Elements to become dead silent. Even the sun in the sky dissipated at this moment. Just now, did you all say that before Gueiyu, the ancient Tao clan is filled with barbarians? When the cold and aloof voice came from the indistinct figure once again, the figure took a step forward, and at the instant no one could summon any will to resist, he arrived next to the old man in the dual-element armor. He casually lifted his right hand and grabbed the old man's neck in one swift motion. All of this happened too fast, and with the earth-shattering pressure, the old man in the dual-element armor didn't even have the ability to dodge or resist. Now that he was grabbed by the neck, he immediately wanted to struggle in pain. The blurry figure swung his right hand gently. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the powerful dual-element coin armor of Guei sect on the old man was as fragile as a piece of paper. It shattered with a bang, and when the wind blew by, it immediately dissipated. "Was it you who said it just now?" The blurry figure grabbed the old man without the armor and pulled him before him. He coldly looked at him. This scene caused the old man, named Ma's legs to tremble. His eyes were filled with fear he had never seen before. Not only him, but Feng was the same. Human, Grand Empyrean. The old man, named Ma's body trembled and his lips trembled. There was only one person who could so easily destroy the Gui sex armor and question the ancient Dao clan in such a domineering manner. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo. The old man named Ma coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. The fear in his eyes was monstrous. After a day of pain, I'm about to collapse. I barely managed to write these 2,000 words and used all my strength. Today was an accident. Something unexpected happened. I'll make up for it. Chapter 1742. You still recognize the old man? The blurry figure's calm voice echoed in the ears of the old man named Ma. This caused his mind to tremble once more, and he continued to retreat. The old man named Ma's teeth trembled as he looked at the blurry figure. At this moment, he clearly recognized that this blurry figure was not caused by a spell, but a pressure unique to the 9 suns. On the immortal astral continent, unless one was from the same clan or sect, very few people knew what the 9 suns looked like. The huge difference in cultivation levels and the strange aura of a Grand Empyrean could make the 9 suns blurry. If they didn't want others to see them clearly, then even if they were also from the 9 suns, it would be difficult to see each other's true appearance. Not to mention these people that were as weak as ants in Xian Luo's eyes. At the instant he spoke, Xian Luo gently squeezed his right hand. A bang reverberated through the world, and the body of the old man who had lost his armor suddenly collapsed. He turned into a pile of flesh and blood that dissipated in Xian Luo's hand. Xian Luo had casually killed a person. He waved his right hand as if he wanted to get rid of the death aura on it, and then his gaze swept by everyone else. As his gaze swept by, everyone who was still conscious trembled. Aside from the old man named Ma and Feng, everyone else's legs went soft, and they knelt on the ground, trembling. The old man named Ma clenched his teeth and forced himself to stand up. However, his legs were trembling, and he had reached the limit of what he could bear. Feng's face was pale, and large beads of sweat appeared on his body, soaking his clothes. As Xian Luo's gaze swept by, Feng's mind rumbled. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him, forcing him to kneel down. However, the pride in his heart didn't allow him to kneel. At this moment, popping sounds came from his body as if all his flesh and bones were being squeezed. "Little baby, you're not bad." Grand Empyrean Xian Luo had his hands behind his back as he stood in the sky. His gaze swept past Feng once more. "It's very rare for you to be able to persist under the pressure of my original body. Unfortunately, you're not my original body, the ancient Dao. Unfortunately." Xian Luo let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze from Feng. Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. The old man, named Ma, persisted for a few more breaths of time before he bitterly smiled and gave up resisting. He knew that if he continued to resist, he would undoubtedly die. His expression was bleak as he knelt there, motionless. "Grand Empyrean, please consider the Gui sex head elder and let us leave. We will immediately leave this cave world and promise never to enter again." Grand Empyrean Xian Luo raised his right hand and reached toward the first floor of the tower. The first floor collapsed, revealing the complete scene inside. The pitch-black armor flickered and emitted a strange light as the first layer of rubble moved. "I'll take this armor. When the whole unitary sect thinks you're qualified to take it, you can go find the old man and take it away." As Grand Empyrean Xian Luo spoke calmly, the armor seemed to be grabbed by the power of the 5 elements and flew toward Xian Luo. After the armor disappeared, Xian Luo let out a cold snort and disappeared into the sky. "It's not time for all of you to leave. Do what you need to do." Xian Luo's voice echoed across planet 5 elements, and entered everyone's minds. It wasn't until a long time after Xian Luo left that the old man, named Ma, stood up with a complicated expression. Everyone else also stood up. Yun Yifeng clenched his teeth and looked up at where Xian Luo had left. His expression was extremely gloomy. Sooner or later, I'll also become a Grand Empyrean, the 10th son. Yun Yifeng clenched his fist. The surroundings were silent. After a long time, the old man named Ma let out a sigh and looked around. His expression was extremely bleak. The old man named Ma slowly said, "Forget it. The plan we've been planning has no chance of success. Even if we're certain we can win, with him here, we can't complete it." That Wang Lin came with him, but they didn't appear at the same time. From Wang Lin's expression, he doesn't seem to know about Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's existence. As a result, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's purpose in not letting us leave is obvious. Yun Yifeng said in a serious tone. He was able to become a core disciple of the Gui sect, and was even praised by Xian Luo. His wisdom was naturally very high, almost the same as Wang Lin's. Now he was able to deduce 90% of the truth with simple clues. Feng'er is right, this should be the case. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo is obviously testing Wang Lin. He must have come from the immortal astral continent for Wang Lin. The old man named Ma's eyes lit up. Combined with the fact that Yi Emo died in the cave world and 3,000 drops of blood turned into the 3G clans, Wang Lin must have obtained Yimo's inheritance and attracted the attention of Grand Empyrean Xian Luo. Yun Yifeng's eyes shone with a contemplative light as he spoke softly. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo doesn't want us to leave because he wants us to be stones to sharpen his blade, to sharpen Wang Lin. Before he left, he told us to do what we should do. If we don't understand the meaning behind it and don't do it, then I'm afraid we will never be able to leave this place. All of us will die here. Yun Yifeng raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo slowly walked through the stars. At this moment, he looked back at the direction of Planet 5 Elements, and there was a flash of admiration in his eyes. This child's wisdom is very high, but unfortunately, he is indeed a member of the Celestial Clan. I wonder who is better between him and Wang Lin. It should be this person. Xian Luo shook his head and walked forward. As for Wang Lin, he was sitting on the back of the nether beast with his eyes closed. His body was rapidly healing. He had been seriously injured during the trip to Planet 5 Elements, but even so, everything was fine. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he slowly let out a mouthful of foul air. The people of the Gui sect from Planet 5 Elements are a powerful force trying to steal the third soul. Now that they have been forced out by me, it is time for me to participate in the search for the third soul. The third soul? Who the hell are you? Wang Lin's right hand patted the back of the nether beast. The nether beast immediately sped up and disappeared with Wang Lin. When they reappeared, they were outside the Silver River formation of the new celestial realm. Wang Lin stood up. After putting away the nether beast, he silently pondered for a long time. His figure was outside the Silver River, illuminated by the light, but it gave off a lonely and bleak feeling. It was as if his soul was sad. Today is a special day. Wang Lin let out a sigh and took a step forward. His figure turned into a ray of light and charged into the Silver River. In an instant, he entered the Silver River and entered the Celestial Realm. Just as Wang Lin entered the Celestial Realm, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo slowly walked out. He waved his sleeves and followed Wang Lin into the 8 celestial realms. His figure was blurry and invisible. Even if someone was right in front of him, they wouldn't be able to detect his existence. However, just at the moment he stepped in, Wang Lin, who Xian Luo was looking at, suddenly stopped. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and stared at Xian Luo with a cold gaze. Xian Luo couldn't help but be startled by Wang Lin's gaze. You followed Wang all the way here. Now that you're here, why aren't you showing yourself? Wang Lin's words were cold and filled with killing intent. Grand Emperor Xian Luo's eyes revealed a strange light. He carefully looked at Wang Lin for a long time, but didn't speak or show himself. Could it be that you really want me to force you out? Wang Lin sneered and waved his right hand. A gust of wind, formed by the fusion of 7 essences, swept forward. As the storm rumbled, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared at the void before him. After making sure there were no clues, he suddenly turned around and stepped into the celestial realm. In truth, Wang Lin didn't notice Grand Emperor Xian Luo following him. It was just that Wang Lin was cautious by nature. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, after leaving Planet 5 Elements, Wang Lin was worried that the old man named Ma might be secretly following him. So he suddenly turned around and spoke. If someone was really following him, it was very likely that they would be tricked out by him. It wasn't until Wang Lin's figure disappeared that Grand Emperor Xian Luo smiled and revealed a look of admiration. This little fellow is cautious by nature. Just now, his eyes contained some kind of spell that made anyone who saw his eyes feel like they were being stared at by him. Although this method is simple and not brilliant, it is actually quite practical. Xian Luo smiled. He was really startled by Wang Lin's words and actions. In the 5-element formation, I saw his dominance. In a 9-cycle heart wheel, I saw his enlightenment. Outside the tower on Planet 5 Elements, I saw his decisiveness and calculation. Now that I'm here, I see his cautiousness. This Wang Lin is really not bad. However, the person I choose values friendship. I wonder if this child has that. Xian Luo pondered as he walked forward. He passed through the Silver River restriction and arrived at the beautiful celestial realm. The sky of the celestial realm was blue with wisps of smoke. It was like celestial spiritual energy and strands of white clouds crisscrossed. It was very pleasing to the eye. The ground was green, and from a distance, mountains rose and fell. The fragrance of the earth melted into the world and refreshed one's heart. Wang Lin returned to the celestial realm. Aside from Dao Master Blue Dream, no one else noticed Wang Lin's return. His body flickered, and he appeared on the mountain he had been cultivating on. Looking at the sky, Wang Lin's expression slowly dimmed. His eyes were filled with longing and sorrow. Every year on this day, he wanted to make himself forget something. Most of the time, he wanted to make himself busy so he couldn't remember. Chapter 1743. However, now that everything had calmed down, he couldn't let himself forget this day. This day of the year has arrived again. Wang Lin bitterly lowered his head and sat down on the side. At this moment, Grand Emperor Xian Luo calmly stood on the mountain and silently looked at Wang Lin. After sitting down in the lotus position, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his right hand reached at the void. The ghostly sail appeared and surrounded his body. It was as if he didn't want anyone to see his appearance on this day. He just wanted to silently spend this day by himself. The sky of the celestial realm was blue and clear. Sunlight came from an unknown place and shined down on the earth. This light wasn't hot, but it was warm. The mountain Wang Lin was on was very quiet. He looked up at the sky inside the ghostly sail for a long time. A long time. Want air? Soon, I'll head to the immortal astral continent. There, I'll definitely find a way to awaken you. Trust me, as I promised you back then, even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back. Wang Lin sat there. Due to the silence around him, he felt melancholy and longing. Wang Lin had a vague feeling that he didn't have much time left in the cave world. Soon, he would leave this place and head to the unfamiliar immortal astral continent. Wang Lin had been to many strange places in his life. Loneliness had accompanied him his entire life. However, although he was lonely, with Li Muon accompanying him, it made his loneliness fade a bit, and he could bear it. Today is a special day. Want air? Do you still remember? Wang Lin couldn't remember his own age or his birthday, but he remembered this day from thousands of years ago. He would never forget this day. Every year, he would silently spend this day by himself. Sometimes he would let himself forget it while fighting or bury it in his heart while escaping. Sometimes he would go into closed-door cultivation and count the passage of time by himself. But most of the time, he would drink wine alone. That spicy wine entered his throat and seemed to burn, but he couldn't feel it, because in his body and mind, yearning, loneliness, and desolation had replaced everything. Even the strongest wine in the world couldn't wash it away in the slightest. "Wan air," I accepted Limuan. "I'm sorry." Wang Lin silently pondered as he took out a jug of wine and drank it. "That kind of kindness is something I can't repay. Wan air, I don't want to be involved in any kind of love in my life, because your departure made me realize the price of love. I can't bear it." On this day more than 2,000 years ago, in the Sea of Devils, a cry for help echoed in Wang Lin's heart, which was filled with revenge. That voice was very soft, very helpless, and would make anyone feel pity. That voice made Wang Lin stop and turn around. He saw a figure he didn't know at the time, but would remember for the rest of his life. That figure was his woman. Wang Lin's heart ached. He drank all the wine in his jug and threw it to the side before picking up another jug. Not far away, Grand Emperor Xian Luo silently sat there, looking at Wang Lin's back. Wang Lin's back was filled with loneliness, and even he was moved. "Wan air, wait a bit more for me. It won't be long before I can do it." Wang Lin drank a large gulp of wine and allowed the wine to drip from the corner of his mouth onto his clothes. He waved his sleeve, and the heaven-avoiding coffin flew out and landed before him. Looking at Limuan, who seemed to be sleeping inside the coffin, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a gentle gaze. However, his heart felt like it was being pierced by a needle. After looking at Limuan for a long time, Wang Lin gently opened the lid of the heaven-avoiding coffin. His left hand trembled as he slowly reached into the coffin and touched Limuan's face. He gently caressed Limuan's face. The pain in Wang Lin's heart turned into a wave of sadness that mercilessly drowned him. "Xian air." Tears flowed down from Wang Lin's eyes. The tears fell on Limuan's body and wet her clothes. "A wisp of your soul is gone." It wasn't in the divine retribution, but no matter where that wisp of soul is, no matter who has it, I, Wang Lin, will take it back, no matter who it is. Wang Lin murmured as his right hand picked up the wine jug and took another big gulp. The wine mixed with the tears that flowed down his face, and he swallowed the bitterness. Throwing away the wine jug, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to between his eyebrows. At the same time, his left hand pressed down between Limuan's eyebrows, and he closed his eyes. Ghostly face illusion, dream for 1,000 years. As Wang Lin muttered, the ghostly sail around him twisted, and the ghostly face let out a silent roar. It flew out from the sail and disappeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's body was immediately covered by a dense fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. Xian Luo silently pondered and had a complicated expression. He vaguely understood something, and at this moment, he let out a sigh. He pointed at the fog around Wang Lin and sent a sliver of his divine sense into the fog. "Wang Lin, it's not that the old man wants to disturb you, but I want to understand everything about you. Because the person I've chosen is my only disciple, the most important person to guard my reincarnation and my ancient Tao." Xian Luo murmured as he closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his mind entered the dream world that Wang Lin was in. He felt the sadness of this world. The sky was dim, and in the distance, monstrous flames could be seen illuminating the sky. Faint rumbles could be heard from the battle and the collision of the cultivator's dharma spells. Wang Lin stood in the sky, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. He turned around and looked at the Sea of Devils in the distance as he slowly waited. After a long time, two rays of light flew by in Wang Lin's vision. One was a man and the other was a woman. The woman in front was panicking. Her face was pale, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. This woman's eyebrows were like smoke, and she was like a lotus fairy. She was gentle and elegant. It was Limuan. The man behind her had oily hair and an evil expression on his face. He casually chased after the woman and said, "Little girl, I have already killed all of your Sure Sands people. Where else can you run to?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand. A large portion of Li Muen's clothes were torn open, revealing her skin. As Li Muen exclaimed, the man sniffed his right hand, and the silver light in his eyes became even stronger. Just at this moment, Li Muen saw Wang Lin. Her heart was haggard, and she was facing humiliation and crisis. When she saw Wang Lin, she immediately recognized that he looked familiar. "It's you, senior brother. Save me." As she spoke, she immediately changed directions and arrived next to Wang Lin. Her face was filled with anxiety and pleading. She clenched her teeth and quickly said, "This person is an elder of the dual cultivation sect in Xianwu. I don't know how he found out that I have a distant heaven pill, but he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself." She was a smart person, so when she spoke about the distant heaven pill, she wanted Wang Lin to save her. However, before she could finish speaking, she was startled because Wang Lin was looking at her with a gentle smile. His gaze was like he was looking at a lover of thousands of years. That gaze caused Li Muen's heart to tremble for some reason. "You." Just as Li Muen was about to speak, the young man in the distance revealed a cold smile. He naturally saw Wang Lin, but he didn't care about him at all. At this moment, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. 8 flying swords appeared around him and charged at Wang Lin like a whirlwind. Wang Lin looked at Li Muen and raised his right hand to naturally hug her. At the instant Li Muen's eyes widened in anger and embarrassment. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the 8 flying swords and the young man in silver standing behind them. With that one look, the 8 flying swords immediately twisted and collapsed. As for the young man, the moment he met Wang Lin's gaze, his mind trembled and he coughed up blood. Just as fear rose in his eyes, his body was suddenly swept away by an invisible force and ripped apart in front of Wang Lin. Everything fell silent in an instant. Li Muen stared at everything in a daze. She even forgot to struggle as she was held in Wang Lin's arms and looked at by Wang Lin's longing gaze. "Say, senior brother." After a long time, Li Muen finally reacted. Her face immediately turned pale, and her gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with fear and timidity. When he saw the gaze in Li Muen's eyes, Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and he gently let go. "My name is Wang Lin." As Wang Lin muttered this, Li Muen immediately retreated. It wasn't until she was thousands of feet away that she stopped. She looked back at Wang Lin with a timid gaze and bowed at Wang Lin before quickly leaving. Looking at Li Muen's frightened figure, Wang Lin slowly revealed a happy smile. However, the bitterness and longing under that smile could not be seen by others. In the distance, Grand Emperor Xian Luo silently watched all of this. His heart also felt pain at this moment. He looked at Wang Lin and the smile on Wang Lin's face and silently pondered. What kind of longing and sorrow is this to make one seek happiness in a dream? Xian Luo let out a sigh. Wang Lin stood there with a smile until Li Muen's figure disappeared. Then he slowly closed his eyes and everything around him silently collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the celestial realm, on top of a mountain, looking at the sleeping Li Muen inside the coffin. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it had turned into night. In the night, there was a dreamlike full moon. She hung there, and there seemed to be 2 figures slowly walking together in the moon. The figures were a man and a woman. I wish everyone a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. My body has recovered a lot, and it looks like I'll have to train more. Chapter 1744. Looking at the moon in the night sky, a gentle breeze blew by, lifting a few strands of Wang Lin's white hair. It almost seemed as if he were about to fly up into the sky. The wind was gentle, almost as if Wan Er's hand were caressing Wang Lin's aged face. It felt like 1,000 years. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was a sleepless night. With Li Muen as his companion, Wang Lin's heart was at peace, and he wasn't lonely. As the wind blew past, it lifted Wang Lin's hair, and at the same time, touched the heaven-avoiding coffin, causing Li Muin's hair to flutter softly in the wind. The hair wrapped around the inside of the coffin, as if it wanted to fly up into the sky. However, in the end, it lost all power and floated back down to the ground. As the moon grew darker, Wang Lin caught sight of an old man off in the distance. He was surrounded by blue light, and next to him was a woman. That woman was none other than Li Qianmei. Father and daughter had been here for a long time, and they had seen Wang Lin enter the dream, and his tears fall onto Li Muin's body. When Wang Lin looked over, the woman and her father turned around, and the two of them gradually walked away under the moonlight. However, their backs were also filled with loneliness. This was especially true for that woman. Wang Lin closed his eyes and said nothing. That night belonged to him and Li Muin and no one else. After a long time passed, the light of the rising sun began to disperse a bit. Suddenly, a second light could be seen on the ground. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Li Muin inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. A single glance seemed like 1,000 years. "Wan Er, wait for me," Wang Lin murmured. He waved his right hand, causing the heaven-avoiding coffin to transform into a mysterious glow. Wang Lin carefully put it away, then looked up at the moon and the sun. He took a deep breath. It's time to find the third soul. The seven-colored Taoist and the old devil Zhan should have found some clues. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he muttered. Outside the celestial realm, just as Wang Lin expected, the four generals hadn't given up on searching for the third soul after experiencing the danger of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the four of them were in the cloud sea-star system, forming a formation. The giant gourd floating above their heads spat out a large amount of fog. This fog seemed to be guiding them. After it dispersed, it continued to squirm and lead the four of them forward slowly. They passed by the starry sky and the floating continents, moving towards the Luo Tian in the sea of clouds. Behind them, the old devil Zhan silently followed with a gloomy face. Both sides seemed to maintain a certain balance, not interfering with each other. After a long time, the gourd floating above the heads of the four generals suddenly spewed out more fog. The fog roared out and swept in all directions to form a huge figure. This figure wasn't human, but a fierce beast that looked like a dog. This beast looked like a Qilin, but there was a difference. Its entire body was made of fog, and as it stood there, it moved its head and its nose sniffed as if it was sniffing something. A moment later, the beast suddenly raised its head and its eyes revealed a fierce gaze. It jumped off the heads of the four generals and charged forward. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the four generals became spirited and quickly followed. Behind them, the old devil Zhan's eyes shined brightly. He found it difficult to hide the anticipation in his eyes as he stepped forward. As the huge beast moved forward, it constantly sniffed the air. In the end, it stopped before an abandoned floating continent and roared at the continent. The four generals closed in and quickly landed on the continent. Their divine senses spread out and shrouded the continent as they carefully searched it. The old devil Zhan also landed on the continent and swept it with his divine sense. However, he soon frowned. This continent was already abandoned and was filled with ruins. It was clear that a long, long time ago, there was life here and a large amount of mortals living here. However, everything had disappeared with the passage of time. There was no life on this continent, and it was dead silent. There were only a few fierce beasts living here. The eyes of the four generals lit up. They looked at each other. Then their hands formed seals at the same time. Immediately, a destructive ripple spread out from their bodies and turned into a storm that enveloped the continent. In an instant, shrill screams of pain echoed in the air. As the storm spread out, it destroyed all life on the continent. After it was destroyed, wisps of smoke-like aura drifted out from the continent and surged into the mouth of the ferocious beast. Once it absorbed the aura, it turned its head and left the place, flying forward. Alas, this place isn't Although this place isn't for the celestial sovereign's essence fog beast to stop here, it is clear that the celestial sovereign's third soul has reincarnated here. The more the fog beast absorbs the third soul's reincarnation aura, the more it will be able to determine the location of the third soul. It has devoured several times, so it should be here soon. The four generals looked at each other before getting up and leaving the continent of death. They followed the fog beast and closed in on the edge of the cloud sea. That place led to the Luotion. The old devil Jean followed behind and stared at the fog beast before him. His eyes lit up. From the looks of it, could it be that the third soul is in the Luotion? I spent the most time in the Luotion. If it is really in the Luotion, then is the third soul a human or a beast? On the other side of the Luotion star system was the brilliant void. In the brilliant void, there was a seven-colored cloud. Before the seven-colored cloud, the seven-colored Taoist frowned. He looked at the drop of crystal blood in his hand with doubt. Aside from planet 5 elements, he had searched the entire brilliant void. He had searched every inch of space, every cultivation planet, and even every speck of dust. However, in the end, he had found no clues in the brilliant void. While pondering, the seven-colored Taoist raised his head and began to ponder. He remembered seeing the third soul fly toward the brilliant void in the illusion within the rift in the cloud sea. However, he couldn't tell if it had stopped or passed through the brilliant void, because at the most critical moment, his illusion was interrupted by Wang Lin, and he was forcibly called out. Thinking about this, the seven-colored Taoist's expression became even more gloomy. His hatred for Wang Lin became even stronger. Even without the illusion, with the bloodlines of all living beings gathered during the war between the inner and outer realms, I can still find the third soul. If there isn't one in the brilliant void, then I'll go to the summoned river. After searching all 4 star systems, I don't believe the third soul can leave the cave world. The seven-colored Taoist's expression was gloomy as he charged toward the summoned river. As he moved forward, he stared at the drop of blood in his hand. This drop of blood didn't change at all, but the seven-colored Taoist knew that it contained the bloodlines of all living beings. If it encountered the reincarnation cycle of living beings in the cave world, it wouldn't change at all. But if it encountered the reincarnation cycle of living beings outside the cave world, it would give off a blinding red glow. However, the range of this drop was not large, and there was only one drop left. It would take the seven-colored Taoist a lot of time, but he had waited for countless years, so this little bit of time was nothing to him. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist arrived at the summoned river and began a strict search. Under this kind of search, the third soul couldn't hide at all. It wouldn't be long before the biggest secret of the cave world would be revealed. Also searching for the third soul was Wang Lin. Wang Lin sat on the mountain, and his divine sense spread out. The moment it shrouded the celestial realm, he found Shimizu in a wooden pavilion in a valley in the northwest. Red Butterfly was also here with Qing Shui. The father and daughter were living peacefully in the valley. Right now, Shimizu was smiling at Red Butterfly and giving her pointers on some areas of her cultivation. Red Butterfly was talented, so she understood a lot. Cultivators focus on intent, focus on the heart. Also, as Shimizu spoke, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the sky outside the house. There was a flash of complicated emotion in his eyes, and a moment later, he stood up. Dair, you cultivate by yourself. Your father has some matters to deal with. With that, Qing Shui took a step forward. His figure turned into a shadow and disappeared from the room. Red Butterfly looked at the direction her father disappeared to and revealed a hint of worry. After pondering for a bit, she let out a sigh and closed her eyes. She calmly began to cultivate. Ripples echoed on the mountain where Wang Lin was, and Shimizu walked out. Senior brother Shimizu, help me find the third soul. Wang Lin stood up and clasped his hands at Shimizu. Shimizu silently pondered and arrived next to Wang Lin. His expression was complicated, and after a long time, he softly said, "You know my identity." Wang Lin looked at Shimizu and nodded. "Back in the seven-colored realm, you didn't ask me if I found the answer. In truth, I found it. I know that I'm just a soul. Forgive me for not telling you this. I can't say it, and I don't want to admit it. Shimizu closed his eyes and sat down before Wang Lin. Shimizu murmured, "Do it. I don't know what method you will use, but I will do my best to help you. I only know that senior brother Shimizu is one of the 7 souls. I can't guess who the other 6 are, but senior brother can rest assured. No matter what, I won't allow the 3 souls to devour the 7 souls. Once I find a 3rd soul, I will kill it and take the soul seal." Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. The ghostly face that he had fused with suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. It turned into a giant ghostly face that floated above the 2 of them. The ghostly face was ferocious and let out a silent roar as it charged at Wang Lin and Shimizu. It opened its mouth and instantly devoured the 2 of them. The moment the 2 of them were devoured, Wang Lin and Shimizu's minds rumbled like thunder. Their divine senses entered the time when the 7-colored celestial sovereigns, 3 souls, and 7 souls were split. Find a 3rd soul, 3rd chapter to make up for it. I owe a bit more than 2 chapters in total. I'll try to make it up in the next few days. Chapter 1745. It was similar to when he entered the 7-colored Taoist illusion. This illusion was led by Shimizu, and Wang Lin used the ghostly sail to search for the truth hidden in the ancient past. In this illusion, the sky was blood red and the earth was brown. It was as if it was soaked in blood and gave off a pungent smell of blood. Perhaps it was because the smell of blood was too strong, but as soon as Wang Lin appeared, he felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. It was as if a large stone was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Looking around, Wang Lin saw a sea of corpses. The earth was covered in corpses, but very few were complete. Most of them were broken limbs. He could still vaguely see the eyes that contained the fear from when they were alive, as well as the vague figure that was frozen in the eyes by death. It should be said that this was a mortal palace. It should have been magnificent, but now it was stained with blood and became a palace of death. A thunderous rumble came from the distance, and a large amount of dust scattered. Wang Lin saw a palace collapse in the distance. Inside the collapsed palace was a man in blood robes. His right hand was holding an old man in a royal robe. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. "Today, Qing Shui shall be returned to you for all the troubles your clan has brought to my family." The man's right hand squeezed, and the old man in the royal robe exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and stained the man's body and face. At the same time, hundreds of rays of sword energy appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of cultivators flying over on their swords. They let out a heaven-shaking howl and instantly closed in on the palace. But at the instant they closed in, the man suddenly raised his head, and a demonic red light appeared in his eyes. The red light flashed and flew out from his eyes. It turned into a bolt of red lightning that shot through the sky and pierced through the bodies of the cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the red lightning and thunder rumbled. The hundreds of cultivators trembled and then collapsed. "G-Realm," Wang Lin muttered. He looked around at the man in blood, and his eyes revealed enlightenment. This is only the first illusion. It was in the country of Shimizu. Wang Lin stepped on the sticky blood on the ground and walked toward the man. Step by step, blood dyed the earth red. The smell of blood carried Shimizu's hatred, and it was so strong that it wouldn't dissipate at all. "If the heavens stop me, I'll destroy the heavens. If the celestials stop me, I'll kill the celestials." Shimizu's face was filled with killing intent as he looked at the hundreds of cultivators collapsing in the sky. A monstrous killing intent erupted from his body. "I'll make this world bleed with blood. I'll make this world suffer the fate of reincarnation." Shimizu's voice echoed in the world, revealing the madness in his heart. As Wang Lin closed in, he looked at Shimizu's back and felt like he was looking at himself in the Tang family. That back was extremely bleak and lonely. Although he had gotten his revenge, there was no joy. There was only sadness and melancholy, as well as a sense of weariness and hatred toward the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. "Senior brother," Wang Lin softly said. The moment his words echoed, Qing Shui suddenly turned around. His bloodshot eyes contained a ferocious gaze as he stared at Wang Lin. Being stared at by him, along with the smell of blood and slaughter, anyone other than Wang Lin would tremble and retreat. But Wang Lin didn't. Shimizu's killing intent was monstrous, and Wang Lin's killing intent was equally shocking. At the end of the day, they were the same kind of people. The reason they had such a deep friendship and the determination to fight to the death for each other was because of this. Shimizu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and they shocked Wang Lin. When Wang Lin saw Shimizu's eyes, they weren't just filled with killing intent. In those eyes, Wang Lin saw pain, sorrow, and longing. It was just like how he had gotten his revenge all those years ago. This is an illusion. It is real, but it is also fake. However, this is not the end for us. Senior brother, sit down. We will enter the second illusion. Wang Lin softly said as he slowly walked toward Shimizu. Shimizu didn't say anything. When Wang Lin reached him, he slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks, creating 2 lines of blood on his face. They turned from crystal to turbid, and then flowed down his cheeks and onto the ground, fusing with his blood. Wang Lin stood in front of Shimizu, placing his hands on Shimizu's shoulders. "Sit down, okay," he said softly. After a long moment, Shimizu nodded, his face filled with bitterness. He slowly sat down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. "Wang Lin, is this only the first illusion?" Wang Lin also sat down cross-legged, looking Shimizu in the eye. "A very realistic illusion," Shimizu murmured. He looked around, and his gaze fell on a locust tree in the distance that hadn't been destroyed. That locust tree had existed for a very long time, and it was struggling to survive. Looking at that tree, the killing intent in Shimizu's eyes slowly dissipated. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. "Let's enter the second illusion." Wang Lin formed a seal with his hands and suddenly spread them to the side. He waved his sleeves, and the world in the first illusion immediately began to distort. There was also a muffled roar. Strands of black gas floated up from the blood on the ground, spinning from the countless severed limbs. In the end, everything in the first illusion emitted black gas. The black gas quickly gathered together and formed a huge ghost face above Wang Lin and Shimizu. The ghost face let out a silent roar and charged at the 2 of them. The moment it devoured, Wang Lin and Shimizu's minds rumbled once more. It was as if a giant vortex had appeared and pulled out their divine senses and souls. They were pulled into the vortex and taken back to the past. When the world was first formed, there was chaos in the core of the cave world. This was the center of the entire cave world, and here was the door to the immortal astral continent. At this moment in the core of the cave world, the heavenly Tao opened its mouth and devoured Lian Daofei. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the entire cave world, and Wang Lin appeared at this moment. This scene was exactly the same as what the 7-colored Taoists saw in the crack in the cloud sea. As Lian Daofei's roar echoed, the heavenly Tao was seriously injured and collapsed. At the same time, the 7-colored celestial sovereign in the 7-colored Taoist robe revealed a sorrowful expression, and his body collapsed. His body was completely torn to shreds. His origin soul and soul were anchored together and turned into 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. The moment his body collapsed, they scattered in all directions. This time was different from when he entered the 7-colored Taoist illusion. This time, Wang Lin took the initiative to use this illusion. He was the source of this illusion, so everything he saw was much clearer than last time. The first thing he saw were the 7 fragments. The colors of the 7 fragments were the colors of the 7-colored celestial sovereign: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of the 7-colored celestial sovereign scattered toward the reincarnation cycle, One of the souls was crimson, and it contained the shocking slaughter of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. There were countless vengeful souls around the crimson soul, and they were all killed by the seven-colored celestial sovereign. At this moment, as his body collapsed and his soul split, all the vengeful souls were absorbed by the crimson soul. They turned into a ray of red light and flew into the distance. Wang Lin felt Shimizu's aura in this soul. The moment the red soul dissipated and entered the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin saw a vague figure condense inside the red soul. That figure was Shimizu. There was another fragment, and it was cyan. The cyan light contained the seven-colored celestial sovereign's cultivation talent. The seven-colored celestial sovereign was able to cultivate to the void turbulent realm. So his talent was shocking, and he could be called a genius. At this moment, the cyan soul rapidly flew away, but Wang Lin once again felt an aura he was extremely familiar with. This aura caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble, and he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment the cyan soul dissipated and was about to enter the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin saw a vague figure appear inside the cyan soul. That figure was Situ Nan. No wonder Situ Nan's talent is so amazing and his cultivation level is constantly changing. It turns out he was formed from the seven-colored celestial sovereign's talent. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he saw the third fragment. This third fragment was orange. The orange light was gentle, but it contained a sense of righteousness. As it shined, it was enough to make anyone with a bad heart tremble. This righteousness was the conscience that the seven-colored celestial sovereign had more or less existed in his life. The third fragment formed by conscience was definitely filled with righteousness. In order to protect someone or something it cared about, or even a thought, it would disregard everything. No matter how tempting it was, it would not be tempted in the slightest. The moment this soul dissipated into the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin was shocked to see that the vague figure inside was Qing Lin. Qing Lin was the Rain Celestial Emperor. For the Rain Celestial Realm, he had withstood temptation from the sovereign again and again. Even if he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he still wanted to protect the Rain Celestial Realm. This was formed from his righteousness. All of this was because he was the third fragment. There was also the fourth fragment. The fourth fragment was yellow, and it shined brightly, illuminating the starry sky. It could almost compete with the three souls outside the seven fragments. This yellow represented the seven-colored celestial sovereign's luck and destiny. The person who reincarnated with this soul would definitely have a destiny that the heavens would be jealous of, an indescribable existence. Such a person seemed to be blessed by the heavens and earth. Wherever he went, magical treasures would automatically come to him. Most of the enemies he encountered would die of their own accord. The moment the fourth fragment formed by the seven-colored celestial sovereign dissipated into the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin saw the vague figure of the greedy wolf inside. Chapter 1746. Begging for monthly votes. The fifth soul was green. Green was the root of a tree, and a tree meant to grow branches and leaves. This soul was formed by the seven-colored celestial sovereign's instinct. If he was a mortal, he would have many children and grandchildren. If he was a cultivator, his cultivation level wouldn't be high, but he would be like a big tree, good at creating avatars. This soul was filled with green light and wasn't obvious. It weakly dissipated into the reincarnation cycle, but Wang Lin still saw the vague figure that appeared the moment it dissipated. Esteemed scattered spirit. It's him, Wang Lin muttered. The shock in his mind seemed to have accumulated over the past 2,000 years. The sixth fragment was blue. The blue light gave off two different feelings. One was as gentle as water, and the other was as cold as ice. This blue sixth soul was formed by the seven-colored celestial sovereign's love. Although he had many concubines, his only Tao partner was Fan Shanmeng. This sixth soul, formed by love, contained the complex emotions of the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He loved Fan Shanming, but he also hated her. This sixth soul was different because of this. This sixth soul wasn't a man, but a woman. The aura coming from this woman caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. He looked up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect her to be formed by the seven-colored celestial sovereign's soul. As the sixth soul dissipated, it revealed the vague figure inside. This figure contained indifference and gentleness that intersected with each other. In the end, the indifference covered up the gentleness and buried it deeply. The feeling it gave off was coldness. Mu Bingmei. Wang Lin's face was pale. He recognized the vague figure and didn't dare to believe it was true. Mu Bingmei was a woman that intersected between gentleness and coldness. Her life, or rather her reincarnations, had always been like this, just like the relationship between her and Wang Lin. Within complexity, it was even more complex. The seven soul fragments separated and became independent individuals. Although there was still some connection between them, it was very weak, almost imperceptible. If the three souls didn't fuse, the seven soul fragments would never dissipate. They would reincarnate like a normal person for thousands of years. The seventh soul was purple. Purple represented madness, an extreme color. This purple seventh soul carried the anger and madness of the seven-colored celestial sovereign's life before he collapsed, along with his strong unwillingness. He hated the heavens, hated the earth, and hated the woman he loved deeply. His life might have been glorious, but he was a sad person. Even when he collapsed, his anger and madness couldn't dissipate and fused into this seventh soul. This soul was the first to dissipate, and it was filled with the seven-colored celestial sovereign's anger and madness. Wang Lin couldn't see who this seventh soul was. However, he had a vague feeling that he had seen this seventh soul before. Although the process of finding out who the seven soul fragments belonged to seemed slow, it only took a moment. At this moment, the seven soul fragments dissipated one by one. Wang Lin's shock was no less than when he found the real third soul. When the seven-colored celestial sovereign collapsed, the three souls flew out in three different directions. The moment one of them appeared, there was a flash of seven-colored light. It seemed like it was heading toward the outer realm countless years later. There, it turned into the seven-colored Taoist and carried the seven-colored celestial sovereign spells. The second soul flew in the opposite direction and entered reincarnation. After many reincarnations, one day, it became a very ordinary beast in the Luo Tian star system. Its memories slowly awakened. One day after it completely awakened, a seriously injured old man fell from the sky and landed on the cultivation planet it was on. This old man was the old devil Zhan. He had failed the arcane tribulant and his body was rotting. His origin had collapsed, and he was on the verge of death. He let out a miserable smile as he saw a fierce beast with strange eyes pounce at him. This was the old devil Zhan's celestial fate. Wang Lin saw all of this. He also saw the third soul. This third soul flew the furthest. It flew out from the core of the cave and toward the end of the star system. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to chase after it at full speed. This was his second chase. This time, there was no seven-colored Taoist, and no one would disturb him. He had to find out who the third soul was. Wang Lin could feel that the identity and location of the third soul were about to be revealed. The third soul charged through the summoned river and arrived in Brilliant Void. It slowly came to a stop in Brilliant Void, as if it was searching for a place to reincarnate and rest. Wang Lin followed. He used almost all of his speed to barely keep up. He stared at the third soul. This soul was completely cloudy and had no shadow. It was obviously different from the other two souls. Before it entered the reincarnation cycle, it couldn't show its appearance. As the third soul charged forward, it stopped for a moment outside a savage cultivation planet, but for some unknown reason, it did not choose to stay there. Instead, it flashed past. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin was still following. He saw the third soul circle the brilliant void once, and suddenly speed up. It left the brilliant void and headed toward the cloud sea. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He estimated the time and vaguely guessed that when the seven-colored Taoist followed the third soul, he didn't see it go to the cloud sea. Instead, he had interrupted the third soul and awakened it. However, the more he thought about it, the more Wang Lin felt a chill in his heart. This chill came from a thought that suddenly appeared in his mind. The third soul circled the brilliant void. It was looking for something, or perhaps it felt that the seven-colored Taoist would use this method to find it in the future, so it was stalling for time. Wang Lin shook his head and suppressed this idea. He himself felt that this idea was too outrageous. The third soul flew into the cloud sea and disappeared into a desolate planet in the cloud sea. Wang Lin followed it here and stared at the planet. Time passed, and on a certain day, the planet collapsed into a large amount of fragments that scattered. Fog came out from the collapsed planet and filled the area. On one of the fragments, a python died and a ray of white light flew into the star domain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he locked onto the white light at full speed. He chased after it once more. He had already found traces of the third soul's reincarnation cycle. What he wanted to find was who the third soul had reincarnated to after countless years. Was it a mortal, a cultivator, a flower, a tree, or perhaps a fierce beast? As he chased, Wang Lin didn't know how much time had passed. He saw the third soul reincarnate again and again. That time, it had reincarnated to a mortal scholar. This scholar was like a fool who only knew how to read books. In the end, he obtained scholarly honors and consummated his marriage. The moment he died of old age, a white light shone out from his old forehead, and he entered the next cycle of reincarnation. There were men and women. That time, the third soul reincarnated to a towering tree. During that 1,000 years, the tree slowly withered from a seedling until it died. That time, it reincarnated to become a cultivator. This cultivation level wasn't high, and it stopped at the core formation stage. Its lifespan ended and it died. Time passed until the third soul chose a cultivation planet in the brilliant void. Wang Lin was very familiar with that place. He was shocked to find that it was Suzaku. The moment he saw this, Wang Lin's mind trembled. He didn't know if this was the end, but when he saw Suzaku, he vaguely guessed something. The third soul turned into a mortal on Suzaku. This mortal never cultivated, but his life was extremely brilliant. He became the grand scholar of Zhao. His name was Su Dao. Wang Lin didn't see himself, but the shock in his mind was like a monstrous wave. He didn't know why this person existed in the dream Dao. He didn't know why this person had accepted him as a disciple in the dream Dao. It was as if there was a cycle of karma between the two of them. However, Wang Lin couldn't find the cause. He only saw the effect. His karmic connection had been completed, but when he saw the third soul reincarnate into Su Dao, he became confused. While he was confused, he saw Su Dao, who liked willow catkins, die of old age with a smile. After Su Dao died, the white light from the third soul changed directions once more. This time, it headed toward the Luo Tian star system. Wang Lin was shocked. Looking at the time, the last reincarnation cycle was getting closer and closer. He followed the third soul through the Luo Tian star system. He saw the soul enter a cultivation planet deep within the Luo Tian star system and reincarnate as a fish in the river. This cultivation planet was called Planet Qingling. This fish slowly grew up in the water and swam around. It was as if it had spent its entire life swimming until it died. However, what made Wang Lin focus was that this death was very different from before. The third soul didn't leave the cultivation planet, but reincarnated as another fish in the river. It reincarnated again and again, and it always chose to enter the same river. It was as if it was waiting for something. This strange phenomenon made Wang Lin have a vague guess as he looked at this familiar cultivation planet. After reincarnating hundreds of times, Wang Lin personally saw the third soul reincarnate hundreds of times in the same river. During the last reincarnation, he saw a fisherman fishing. The fish from the third soul bit the hook and was pulled up by the fisherman. It was as if it had reincarnated hundreds of times just for this fisherman, just for this bait. My wife is about to give birth, so I'll only catch this one today before going home. If the truth is revealed, you should be able to guess it. Please get monthly votes. Chapter 1747. The fisherman took off his bamboo hat and revealed himself to be a man about 30 years old. He wasn't burly and was actually a bit weak, but his expression was free and easy. He didn't look like a fisherman, but more like a scholar. He raised the fish in his hand and looked at it. The sunlight shined on the fish's belly, creating bursts of white light. At a glance, it looked extraordinary. The man smiled faintly and put the fish into the jar of water. Then he carried the jar and walked away. When Wang Lin saw this, the answer to his speculation filled his mind, causing him to enter a trance. He silently followed the man, and after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a very simple house appeared in the bamboo forest by the river. The house was surrounded by a yard made of bamboo and wood. There were some poultry in a yard that were fighting for food around a woman with a big belly. The woman was wearing plain clothes, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. At this moment, she held a dustpan in her hand, and with a smile, she scattered the food inside the dustpan. Sometimes, when she was tired, she would hold the dustpan in one hand and rest the other on her waist. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she raised her head and looked outside as if she was waiting for her man to return. It was afternoon, so the sun wasn't dazzling. Soon, footsteps appeared in the bamboo forest, and the smile on the woman's face became even wider. "Su'er, I caught a fish for you." The footsteps stopped outside the door, and the bamboo door was pushed open. The man walked in with a smile while holding the jar. "I just suddenly wanted to eat fish. I'll endure it for a bit, and it will pass." "You." The woman's eyes were gentle. The man laughed and went forward to support his wife as they walked into the room. A moment later, smoke rose high into the air. From a distance, the smoke was like a painting, and it gave off a sense of rural beauty. Wang Lin's figure floated in the bamboo forest as he silently watched all of this. He vaguely understood that this was probably the third soul's most recent reincarnation. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, the sky changed color, the wind and clouds rolled, thunder rumbled, and bean-sized raindrops fell, hitting the bamboo, hitting the houses, making pitter-patter sounds. Heaven and earth seemed to be connected by this curtain of rain. As lightning flashed across the sky, everything in the bamboo forest below was illuminated in an instant. The woman with a big belly was lying on the bed and letting out painful cries. Her hands were tightly gripping the quilt, and there was a midwife beside her. Outside the room, the man had a calm expression as he looked at the moonlit rain. However, his tightly clenched fists revealed the anxiety in his heart. Time slowly passed, and the woman's voice became weaker and weaker. When a man heard it, his heart ached, but his expression didn't change at all. However, his eyes shone brightly as he looked up at the heavy rain in the dark sky. "I, Xie Dongming, have studied since I was a child. I understand Tao and all things. When I was an official, I blessed the people. After I was removed from office, I never made enemies with anyone. I have lived for only 3 sure San years, and I have never done anything that would go against my conscience. Heavens, now that my child is about to be born, why are you making things difficult for my wife?" The man's right hand struck the bamboo wall beside him. Blood flowed down his finger and dripped onto the ground. It turned into wisps of blood that were washed away by the rain. Just as the blood melted into the water, thunder rumbled in the sky. As the thunder rumbled, the cry of a baby came from the room. The man's body trembled, and his calm expression was immediately replaced by excitement. When he turned around, the door to the room was opened. The midwife was drenched in sweat, but she had a kind smile on her face as she walked out with a baby in her arms. Congratulations, young Master Xie. Both mother and child are safe. The man excitedly walked up and looked at the child before immediately entering the room. Compared to the child, he was more concerned about his wife. On the bed in the room, the woman's face was pale. She looked weak, but there was a smile on her face as she looked at her husband. "It's a boy," the woman said softly. "Su Er, rest more. I've already thought of a name. If it's a boy, he'll be called Xie Qing. I hope that when he grows up, he'll be like a green bamboo. He'll be extraordinary and have the grace of a great scholar." The man laughed loudly. As he laughed, the baby in the midwife's arms stopped crying. Instead, he opened his eyes, and a strange light shone in them. The warmth in the room and the thunder and storm outside the room mixed with the man's laughter entered Wang Lin, who was floating outside the room. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled, and it was as if all the thunder in the world had been absorbed into his mind. His body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. He stared at the fire in the room with disbelief in his eyes. Although he already had a vague guess in his heart, now that his guess was confirmed, the shock he received was like a storm. At that moment, Wang Lin could no longer hear the thunder or the laughter in the room. His vision was a blur, and there was only one voice echoing in his ears. "Xie Qing, Xie Qing, Xie Qing. The third soul is Xie Qing." Wang Lin opened his mouth to say something, but he found that he didn't know what to say. His mind was a mess, and a huge wave was raging in his heart. Before he started searching for the third soul, he had tried to guess its identity. He had thought that it could be a mortal, a cultivator, or even a wild beast or plant. However, he had never imagined that the third soul would be Xie Qing. It was actually his disciple. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he kept retreating. He was the first person to know the identity of the third soul, but this knowledge made him face a difficult choice: to kill or not to kill. The world rumbled, and the thunder became even more intense. The lightning flashed, and the rain seemed to go crazy. There was also a strong wind that swept up the water droplets, making it look like the Milky Way was dancing. Wang Lin could never forget that it was on planet Qingling that he was lost in his search for the Tao, and he had asked the great Confucian scholars what the Tao was. He had asked everyone he could, and in the end, he had asked Xie Qing. It was this person who had helped him gain enlightenment and make a breakthrough. He also could not forget that he had sat cross-legged on the mountain on planet Qingling. Although Xie Qing was old, he had climbed up the mountain with his mortal body and knelt down in front of him, wholeheartedly seeking the Tao. In my life, I have always thought that I understand the relationship between the heavens and the earth. I have understood everything academically, and I have taken it upon myself to teach the people of the world. Now that I have reached the age where I know my destiny, I suddenly had an epiphany. It turns out that I am a fish in the water. These were the first words Xie Qing had said when he climbed the mountain to seek the Tao. At that time, when Wang Lin had heard these words, he had only understood the first few sentences, but he hadn't pondered the last sentence in detail. At that time, he didn't have any thoughts of pondering the last sentence. Even if he had pondered it, in the end, he wouldn't have gotten any answers, and he would have returned to normal. But now, as he chased after the third soul's reincarnation cycle after cycle, especially in the river on planet Qingling, he saw the third soul reincarnate as a fish hundreds of times, and when he learned that the third soul was Xie Qing, Wang Lin's mind rumbled as he recalled these words. How could he not understand them? So it turns out I'm just a fish in the water. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked at the house filled with warm lights. He had a bitter expression as Xie Qing's words appeared in his mind. He understood. Why did he meet Su Dao in the dream Dao? Why did Su Dao guide him to become a great scholar in the country of Zhao and even Suzaku? All of this was karma. When Wang Lin thought he had completed his karma, he found that karma was there. You could see it, but you couldn't touch it. Back then, I inadvertently enlightened Xie Qing and accepted him as my disciple. He was the third soul of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, and because of this, karma was formed between us. This is the cause. It is also because of this that Su Dao appeared in my dream Dao. In reality, he is my disciple, and in the dream Dao, I am his disciple. This karma cycle is a reincarnation cycle. I should have understood this a long time ago. Wang Lin staggered back a step. When his step landed, the world rumbled and the sky was torn apart. The earth trembled as if there was an earth dragon moving. The ground and the bamboo forest all shattered. The rain evaporated and the thunder disappeared. The only thing left in the world was the house that gave off a warm and happy light. Wang Lin took a second step back. The moment his foot landed, the house before him began to distort. Countless shadows appeared, making it impossible to tell if it was the house moving or the body moving. Then it became blurry until it completely disappeared and was devoured by the void. Wang Lin's figure also became blurry. When it became clear, he appeared in Shimizu's first illusion. Shimizu opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. The bitterness on his face was still there. Wang Lin muttered something that only he could hear and took a third step back. When his third step landed, the illusion of the past Shimizu's palace, the world dyed red by blood, suddenly collapsed. This collapse shattered the palace, the earth, and the sky. Even the brown blood on the ground turned into dust that formed a giant vortex. This vortex rotated faster and faster until it turned into a giant ghostly face. The ghostly face let out a silent roar and charged toward Wang Lin and Shimizu. In an instant, the two of them were swallowed up and disappeared into nothingness. Everything was destroyed within the passage of time. The illusion collapsed. Cave world, celestial realm. At the top of the mountain, Wang Lin and Shimizu opened their eyes at the same time. Everything just now was like a dream, so real that it was impossible to tell if it was real or not. Wang Lin's face was pale as he looked up at the sky. There was a struggle in his eyes. The third soul is him. Chapter 1748. The wind of the celestial realm carried celestial spiritual energy that seeped into one's heart. When one was in a good mood, one would feel a burst of coolness in one's heart. It was very comfortable. However, when one was in a complicated mood, no matter how ethereal the wind was, it would be impossible to feel that kind of clarity. Shimizu got up and looked back at Wang Lin. After pondering for a bit, he let out a sigh and left. He naturally knew the identity of the third soul, and he also knew the relationship between the third soul and Wang Lin. He understood Wang Lin's struggle. Even after Shimizu left, Wang Lin still sat on the mountain and looked at the sky. The struggle in his eyes didn't dissipate. If the third soul was someone unrelated to Wang Lin, then Wang Lin wouldn't hesitate to do everything he could to seal it or destroy it to prevent the 7 fragment from being absorbed after the 3 souls fused. However, the third soul was actually Xie, Wang Lin's disciple. As a result, he had to personally kill his own disciple. Wang Lin's heart ached. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh. When night fell, he withdrew his gaze from the sky. He still couldn't decide what to do, but he vaguely had an answer in his heart. However, aside from the identity of the third soul, there were 2 more questions troubling Wang Lin. He suddenly felt like the truth that should have been clear had become blurry again. Tian Yunzi is part of the heavenly Tao. When I fought Tian Yunzi, I entered his reincarnation cycle and saw him devour the 7th fragment of the 7-colored celestial sovereign. However, when the 7-colored celestial sovereign collapsed, I saw the 7th fragment. Wang Lin closed his eyes to cover his pondering gaze. I saw the 7th fragment enter the cycle of reincarnation and dissipate. Perhaps the 7th fragment really did reincarnate once, just like the third soul did many times. When it died and was searching for a place to be reincarnated, it was devoured by Tian Yunzi, who was formed from the split heavenly Taos. This 7th soul is purple and represents the anger and madness of the 7-colored celestial sovereign. It was devoured by Tian Yunzi and should have fused with him. However, after I devoured Tian Yunzi, I vaguely felt that the 7th fragment of the 7-colored celestial sovereign wasn't inside the nether beast. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. If my intuition is wrong, then there's no problem. But if my intuition is correct, and the heavenly Tao doesn't have a seventh fragment, then where is it? Who could it be? Wang Lin frowned. Previously, when the heavenly axiom was unable to devour the four great generals and the old devil Jean, I suspected that the heavenly axiom was still incomplete. Now, if my guess is correct, then it can also prove that the heavenly axiom is indeed incomplete. There is still one missing. Perhaps this missing one is the seventh fragment. Could it be that Tian Yunzi still has an avatar that won't die? Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. I almost forgot about the gray-robed Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Perhaps it isn't him. On the mountain peak, Wang Lin pondered for a long time. This was the first question that troubled him, and there was no answer. However, compared to the second question troubled Wang Lin more, and it caused more confusion in his mind. Of the 7 fragments, I already know that 6 are Shimizu, Situ, Greedy Wolf, Qing Lin, Mu Bing Mei, and Dao is Scattered Spirit. I'm not surprised that Shimizu and Situ are 7 colored souls, because their souls of fate didn't appear in the reincarnation cycle of the divine retribution. However, the souls of fate of the other 4 people exist in the reincarnation cycle of the divine retribution. This was originally the method I used to determine the identity of a 7-colored soul, but now it seems to contradict itself. Wang Lin rubbed his forehead. He couldn't understand. If there are souls of fate in the reincarnation cycle of the divine retribution, then it means that they were born in this cave world. Since this is the case, how could these 4 people become 7-colored souls? There's a problem here. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the night sky of the celestial realm. He pondered and raised his right hand to point between his eyebrows at the nether beast that had turned into a mustard seed inside his body. I can't figure it out, but I have a vague feeling that this matter is very important, and it is likely to be the final solution to the fusion of the 3 souls. If what I saw in the illusion isn't real, then there is no way to explain it. If what I saw is real, and Qing Lin and company are indeed part of the 7 fragments, then there is no way to explain the souls of fate in the reincarnation cycle of the divine retribution. Wang Lin's eyes became bloodshot. He seemed to have entered a dead knot, and he couldn't understand or get out. Not far behind Wang Lin, Grand Emperor Xian Luo had his eyes open. He had been observing Wang Lin. Whether it was the dream of Rosefinch or the search for the 3rd soul, he had participated and seen everything. He has entered a cycle of thoughts and can't figure it out in a short period of time. In truth, this matter is very simple. Xian Luo raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. With this, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He didn't notice Xian Luo's existence, but at this moment, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. It was as if a bolt of lightning had torn his thoughts apart and gave him a strange idea. Variable. This is a variable. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined brightly. At this moment, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. It was as if nothing in the world could escape his thoughts. Whether it is Qing Lin, Greedy Wolf, Mu Bing Mei, or Esteemed Scattered Spirit, the 4 of them might have been like Situ and Shimizu in the beginning. They didn't have a fate soul. However, after reincarnation, due to a strange change, the 4 of them became true individuals. They were completely different from the 7-colored celestial sovereign. Their source might have been 7-colored, but now, due to this strange change, they had become true people of the cave world. Reincarnation after reincarnation, change after change, fuse again and again. Now they are completely separated from the 7-colored celestial sovereign. They used to be 7-colored souls, but now they are not. This is the power of creation. This is close to the mysterious heavenly Tao, the core power. This is a variable. These 4 people, under this variable, these confusing things happened. Wang Lin murmured. This thought came very suddenly, but it cleared his confusion. As for Shimizu and Situ, they haven't completely changed and become independent individuals. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, after a few more reincarnations, they will be completely separated from the seven-colored celestial sovereign by the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The clarity in his mind allowed him to think of all the problems he had to solve. Since the power of the heavenly Tao can change the seven essences, it should be able to change the three souls. If I can control this power, I can make the third soul independent. Once the third soul is independent, the three souls will no longer be able to fuse. If the three souls can't fuse, then everything will be solved. However, what exactly is this power? Even though Wang Lin's mind was clear, he still couldn't imagine the mysterious core of the heavenly Tao. His heavenly Tao was not complete, or rather, he didn't understand why the heavenly Tao he controlled appeared, why it could create life, and how it evolved into law. The clarity in Wang Lin's mind slowly dissipated as the sky turned white. Xian Luo, who was not far behind him, let out a sigh. Heavenly Tao, forget him. Even I can't understand the mysteries of this thing. Only when I became a Grand Empyrean by chance did I understand a bit. However, if I want to completely understand it, my cultivation will have to go one step further. Xian Luo's eyes revealed a strange light. The nine sons are all looking for a path to go one step further, but no one has been able to do it. We can only think about it when we have to reincarnate again and again. The heavenly Tao originally came for the immemorial God realm. I wonder when someone will fully understand the mysteries of the immemorial God realm. Alas, Xian Luo raised his right hand, and his gaze fell on his index finger. There was a black mark there that was like a black hole. It slowly rotated and gave off the aura of the heavenly Tao. Early in the morning, the light broke through the night. When the first ray of sunlight appeared in the distance, Wang Lin stopped thinking. He took a deep breath and stood up. There was a complicated expression in his eyes as he stepped forward. His figure was like a river as he charged into the sky. As of this moment, he seemed to be competing with the rising sun as he pierced through the sky, out of the Milky Way grand spell formation, and headed toward all heaven. As ripples echoed, Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was outside the celestial realm and was standing in the star system that belonged to the Luo Tian. One step to change the universe. After appearing, Wang Lin didn't spread out his divine sense but closed his eyes. Xie Qing was his disciple, and there was a karma connection between them. With this connection, he could feel Xie Qing's existence without using his divine sense. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked east. The complicated expression in his eyes became even stronger. He felt that Xie Qing was waiting for him on a cultivation planet deep east of the Luo Tian. Are you really waiting for me? Wang Lin let out a sigh and walked east. His figure slowly merged with the void and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the four generals flew through the Luo Tian star system. Before them, the giant fog beast shook its head and continued to search. Its eyes shined brightly, as if it had found a clue. Old Devil Jean followed behind the four generals. At this moment, his eyes shined brightly. He understood what the fog beast was trying to tell him. The seven-colored Taoist stepped into the Luo Tian star system that was connected to the summoned river. He had searched the entire summoned river and found no clues. At this moment, he began to carefully search the Luo Tian star system. Chapter 1749. In the eastern part of the Luo Tian star system, there was a cultivation planet. This planet wasn't large, and although it had spiritual energy, it wasn't dense. It was an ordinary cultivation planet. Very few cultivators remained after the many battles. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage or core formation stage, and their sects were often abandoned. This was the autumn of the year. The autumn wind blew across the earth, causing the withered leaves to swirl through the sky. In the middle of a mountain range, there was a deep valley. The valley was filled with autumn orchids. These orchids only bloomed in autumn, and their fragrance wasn't strong. In the autumn wind, there was a hint of bleakness. Every autumn, the orchids in the valley would bloom, and they were very beautiful. However, they would only bloom for less than one season. When the cold of autumn came, all the orchids would wither until the snow covered them. Then the valley would disappear in the cold of winter, waiting for the next autumn wind to call them back to life. At this moment, it wasn't late autumn. The orchids in the valley were in their final bloom of the year. In the depths of the orchid forest, there was a house. This house was very dilapidated. It had obviously existed for a very long time. Perhaps thousands of years ago, an elegant person lived here and passed away next to the orchids. Right now, there was an old man sitting outside the house. This old man was wearing a green robe, and his face was filled with wrinkles. He silently looked at the orchids before him, and his eyes were filled with melancholy. The autumn wind came from the valley, causing the orchids on the ground to sway. The wind blew on the old man's body, causing his clothes to flutter and a few strands of his hair to flutter. A few withered yellow leaves quietly flew over and danced in the air above the valley. One of the leaves swept past the old man's eyes, and in that instant, it covered the old man's gaze as he looked at the orchids. The old man let out a sigh and raised his head. He suddenly began to cough violently for a long time before calming down. His face was strangely red as he looked at the autumn leaves blown by the wind. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Autumn has arrived. These orchids don't have much lifespan left. Soon, they will wither and die. However, at this time next year, they will bloom again, and at that time, I won't be here to watch them bloom. The old man shook his head and raised his hand. There was a strange mark on his palm. This mark looked like an orchid and gave off a ghostly light. The old man muttered, "These 3 seals have been completed during these years. This is the last thing I can do for my teacher." The old man raised his head and softly said, "Next year at this time, where will I be? I don't want to reincarnate. I want to close my eyes and never wake up. Teacher, have you come? I know you're here." The old man didn't turn his head. He just sat there and said bitterly. The autumn wind that blew in from outside the valley swirled up at that moment, bringing with it a few autumn leaves as it charged into the sky. It slowly passed through the valley and disappeared into the distance. However, even though the autumn wind had left, the figure brought along by the autumn wind stayed behind. He stood behind the old man and also looked forward. It was unknown whether he was looking at the old man or the orchid that was blooming with its last bloom of life. Perhaps it was both the same. Wang Lin, dressed in white, stood there. The old man lowered his head and slowly rose to his feet. He turned to look at Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with mixed emotions and bitterness. Eventually, they turned calm and even contained a hint of respect. After a long moment passed, he slowly knelt down and began to speak softly. "Disciple Xie Qing greets teacher." Wang Lin looked at Xie Qing and felt a stabbing pain in his heart, as if all the blood in his heart had been extracted. He could see the current state of Xie Qing's body. "The 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul is me, but I am Xie Qing, not him." Xie Qing knelt there and softly said, "Why is it you?" Wang Lin's face was pale. Although he hadn't known Xie Qing for long, in his heart, Xie Qing was the same as Shi San. They were both his disciples. "Teacher." Xie Qing raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes slowly became moist. Xie Qing revealed a smile and muttered, "After a portion of disciples' memories awakened, I chose to escape, struggled, and was unwilling. I came here, looked at these orchids, and thought about my life. In the end, I understood that I am Xie Qing. I am not the 7-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao. The 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3rd soul contains his memories. All of this is very useful to teacher. I know that the 1st soul, the 2nd soul, and the 4 generals are all searching for me. Although the 4 generals were once the 7-colored celestial sovereign subordinates, they have changed their minds over the years. They have their own reasons for searching for the 3rd soul. No matter which side finds the 3rd soul, They won't be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Teacher, this is the seven-colored celestial sovereign's life. This is my life. I can't escape. Even if I reincarnate, it's useless. This third soul has escaped for so many years, and now it has reached its end. The third soul only has memories, no spells, no comprehension. Although it is powerful, it doesn't have the ability to protect itself. Rather than letting others devour it, it's better to give it to teacher, Xie muttered bitterly. Wang Lin silently pondered. His heart was filled with pain. Although he was standing there, it was as if he had stepped into a land of ice. The bone-piercing coldness filled his body and turned into pain. Before, he had said to Shimizu that he would kill the third soul to ensure Shimizu's safety. But now, how could he do that? This wasn't being soft-hearted. This was killing his own son. Scenes of him meeting Xie appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Although those scenes were buried in his memories, they were so clear at this moment. How could he forget them? Wang Lin was a sentimental person. Teacher, disciple has already made preparations. If I don't die, once the other two souls merge with me, the 7 fragments will automatically return. Although I can feel that 5 of the 7 fragments have been completely separated, the remaining 2 fragments will still return. I can also feel that those 2 fragments are extremely important to teacher. If I don't die, the third soul won't appear. If I don't die, they will die. If I don't die, the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3 souls will return to 1, and teacher will die. Xie looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes shined brightly. Over the years, after the third soul awakened, I used my soul cultivation to form 3 seals. The first seal doesn't need any external force. I can activate it myself. Once I die, the third soul won't enter reincarnation, and teacher can take it away. At that time, the third soul will awaken completely after I die. It will open the core of the cave and open the door. Teacher can then leave the cave world. The remaining 2 seals are for teacher. With these 2 seals, when the door to the immortal astral continent opens, teacher can use the power of the immortal astral continent to seal the second soul and the third soul. In this way, everything will calm down. As Xie spoke, he suddenly began to cough. As he coughed out a mouthful of blood that fell on the orchid before him. The blood dyed the orchid red. It was a shocking sight. That was because he had used up too much of his soul power. For the sake of those 3 seals, he had been willing to do anything during this period of time. Wang Lin looked at Xie. From beginning to end, he couldn't say a word. As he listened to Xie and watched him cough out blood, the pain in his heart became even more intense. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. With a ferocious expression, he let out a roar. I, Wang Lin, have found my fate from the reincarnation divine retribution and become the master of the heavens. But why can't I decide my own life? Why must I have to make such a choice? Heavens, whether it's the heavens of your cave world or the heavens of the immortal astral continent. Are you watching? If the heavens are so heartless, then I, Wang Lin, swear that I'll destroy the heavens in my life. The veins on Wang Lin's face swelled, and he seemed to have gone crazy. As he roared, a powerful aura erupted from his body. This aura rose into the air like smoke, but it soon condensed into an illusory sword. This sword gave off a shocking aura that could shatter the heavens. At this instant, Grand Emperor Xian Luo's expression changed greatly for the first time in the cave world. He stared at the illusory sword around Wang Lin that no one else could see. His eyes widened and were filled with shock. Void Extermination Aura. This is the aura of Void Extermination. This child's oath can actually produce Void Extermination Aura. Xie looked at Wang Lin and tears flowed down. He knelt down and kowtowed once. My soul has been severely damaged, and I've been waiting for Master to come. I've also hesitated, but now I don't regret it. There's no need for Master to act. I'm already on my deathbed. This is the last time I'll call you Master. Xie looked longingly at the orchids in front of him. He closed his eyes, stopping the tears that flowed down. A smile of relief appeared on his face, and he exhaled his last breath. At the moment of his death, invisible strands of soul flowed out from his orifices. These strands of soul were the third soul, and they contained the memories of the third soul from its numerous reincarnations, including Xie entire life. At this moment, due to Xie seal, the third soul couldn't reincarnate. As it died, these memories rapidly dissipated. Once they completely dissipated, Xie would disappear forever. This isn't the last time. Wang Lin suddenly lowered his head. At this moment, there was anger in his heart. This anger was directed at the world. As he spoke, he stepped forward and arrived next to Xie. He waved his right hand, and the third soul that had come out from Xie orifices was grabbed by Wang Lin. The moment he grabbed the third soul, it completely awakened. At this moment, the world changed colors, and a thunderous rumble came from the cultivation planet. Space itself was affected, and the four-star systems all trembled. Even the outer realm experienced a shocking change at this moment. It was said that there would be a typhoon at Mutant River at night. This was the first time in my life. This is the Northeast. Chapter 1750. Thunderous rumbles came from the outer realm's planet Taiji. This rumble became louder and louder until it turned into a sound wave. The star system was covered in fog, and the fog churned as if there were countless fierce beasts inside. Every inch of the outer realm, every inch of the void was like this. A pressure came from the distant inner realm and shrouded the entire cave world. Under this pressure, all the cultivators in the outer realm trembled violently. They didn't know what was happening. However, the thunderous rumble was like the end of the world. It created a powerful pressure on everyone who heard it. This pressure made them feel like they were suffocating. Countless ferocious beasts were the same. No matter how powerful their cultivation was, all of them trembled at this moment. Some of the memories that had dissipated in the inheritance, but were buried deep in their souls, slowly surfaced in the minds of some of the ferocious beasts. This memory was a fear of the heavens. It was left behind by their ancestors and should never appear, but at this moment, it was no longer up to them. As the entire ancient star system changed violently, the fog became even thicker. In the end, it blocked all vision and occupied the entire outer realm. This fog had arrived too suddenly and didn't give anyone any chance to react. Just at this moment, somewhere in the outer realm, space trembled and large fragments appeared from all directions. These fragments looked like stones, and they rapidly gathered to form a giant stone slab. This stone slab was irregular, as if it was part of something that had collapsed. It appeared from the void and was formed from dust. This giant stone slab gave off an ancient aura, and it immediately flew into the inner realm. At this moment, in the ancient star system in the outer realm, the sovereign suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with terror, and he quickly got up. With one step, he appeared in the star system filled with fog. He looked into the distance, and the terror in his eyes was slowly replaced by shock. The third soul has awakened. The core of the cave world has reopened. The sovereign's face was pale, but he didn't hesitate to charge into the inner realm. At the same time, in the various areas of the outer realm, the remaining celestial imperial concubines, including the one that Wang Lin was acquainted with in the Ancient Order tomb, all awakened from their cultivation. They all looked up at the stars with different expressions. Some were excited, some were complicated, and some were filled with fear. The core of the cave world has opened. A moment later, the celestial imperial concubines turned into rays of light and flew toward the inner realm. At the same time, in the brilliant void, planet Suzaku was located in the brilliant void. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the fog shrouded the area. At this moment, there was a flash of ghostly light. The space around planet Suzaku distorted, and a giant spatial crack was silently torn open. The destructive aura of the foreign battleground came out from a rift. Shortly after, Fragments flew out one by one and gathered outside planet Suzuko to form a giant stone slab. This slate was like a small continent. After it appeared, it flew toward Luo Tian. Not only in the brilliant void, but in the other three star systems, there were similar fragments that formed slates. The number of slates was unknown, and they all flew toward all heaven from the cave world. As the slates flew forward, the expression of the seven-colored Taoist, who was searching for the third soul, changed greatly. His body trembled, and he stared ahead. His expression became ferocious and filled with monstrous anger. The third soul has been found. The core of the cave world has opened. Who found the third soul first? The seven-colored Taoist seemed to have gone crazy as he charged forward. There were also the four generals. They were also in the Luo Tian star system. At this moment, the giant fog beast before them let out a whimper and trembled, not daring to move forward. Shortly after, the fog suddenly appeared and the aura of the core opening spread across every corner of the cave world. The expressions of the four generals changed greatly. They almost couldn't believe it. They thought they were the fastest, but at this moment, they were horrified to find that someone had found the third soul first. The cave world has opened. Who found the third soul? Could it be the seven-colored Taoist? The four of them didn't hesitate to charge toward the source of the aura of the cave world opening. There was another person who was even faster than the four of them. Almost at the instant they moved forward, that person turned into a long arc and shot past them. The person inside the ray of light was the old Devil Jean. At this moment, the old Devil Jean's expression was extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of fear hidden in his eyes. If he didn't find the third soul first and was found by the seven-colored Taoist, what awaited him would be a miserable death. Unfortunately, the cave world was in chaos, and even he couldn't see too far with his divine sense. He didn't know who had obtained the third soul. It could be Wang Lin, it could be the seven-colored Taoist, but he didn't know who it was exactly. However, it was because of this unknown that his fear became even stronger. He rushed forward like crazy. At this moment, he couldn't choose to escape. Even if the seven-colored Taoist had obtained the third soul, he had to rush forward and fight back while the seven-colored Taoist was digesting the fragrance. As the old Devil Jean moved forward, a giant shadow appeared around him. This shadow had fog as a cloak that covered its eyes, revealing only its gloomy eyes. Its hair fluttered in the wind, and its body was so large that it seemed to cover a large area. This shadow was outside the old Devil Jean's body. He was one of the three souls that the seven-colored celestial sovereign had comprehended. At this moment, the cave world experienced a drastic change that had never happened before in its countless years. The cave world trembled, and everyone panicked. At the same time, this force tore open the ancient celestial realm sealed by Wang Lin and the Li Guangbao. Although most of the ancient celestial realm had collapsed, there were still some seven Dao sect disciples left. The moment it was torn open, these seven Dao sect disciples rushed out. They were shocked and didn't hesitate to charge at Luo Tian. There is also the woman in the inner realm who hadn't gone to the celestial realm and was on a planet in the Summoned River. She was the Summoned River's Xia, and she was also one of the celestial imperial concubines. She silently pondered for a moment before clenching her teeth and stepping into the stars. As this huge change affected the entire cave world, the countless fragments flew toward Luo Tian. In the brilliant void, on the hidden planet Five Elements, the group, led by the old man, named Ma, hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh and flying toward Luo Tian. Yin Yifeng followed the old man named Ma and looked toward Luo Tian. There was a flash of strange light in his eyes. Wang Lin, we haven't decided a winner or loser in our previous battle. Perhaps we can decide who is stronger in the core of the cave world. As the cave world rumbled violently and the fog moved like the sea, if one looked at the entire cave world from another height, they would see that it had turned into a sea of fog. Only the area around Luo Tian and Wang Lin was empty. As a result, that location was like a bright light. At this moment, in the celestial realm, Shimizu stood outside his house and looked at the cloudy sky. There seemed to be a call in his mind that made him feel very irritated. Also in the celestial realm, Situ Nan awakened from his cultivation. His expression was gloomy as he silently looked ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. Just at this moment, a majestic voice echoed in Shimizu and Situ Nan's minds. This voice belonged to Tao Master Blue Dream. I promised Wang Lin that I would help him. Now that the strange place has opened, I don't have the bloodline of the immortal astral continent, so I can't enter. I want to borrow your souls. Do you two agree? The clouds in all directions and the shattered pieces in all directions surged over from the cave world, condensing into all heaven. At this moment, Wang Lin stood in the Autumn Orchid Valley in the Luo Tian star system. His eyes were filled with sadness and anger as he watched his disciple, Xie call him teacher for the last time with a smile. He was angry because the heavens were playing tricks on him. If the heavens don't respect my will, then I'll destroy the heavens. So what? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the dim sky. He was holding the third soul in his hand. The moment the third soul appeared from Xie body, Wang Lin had a connection with it. He knew that the core of the cave world had opened. He also knew that all the cultivators had rushed over, and their target was the third soul in his hand. However, the third soul was different from what Wang Lin saw. This soul was not the seven-colored celestial sovereign, but his disciple, Xie. That will not be the last time you will call me teacher. I won't allow it. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at the sky and suddenly laughed. This laughter was filled with hostility. With teacher here, you will definitely reform your soul and awaken your memories one day. When you awaken, you will still be my disciple. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the third soul had fused into his body. Just at this instant, the dim sky rumbled violently and the fog became even denser. The fog roared like a raging wave, and as it closed in, Wang Lin saw a stone slab the size of a continent charge out from the fog and float among the stars. At the same time, the second stone slab charged out from the fog sea in another direction. The third, the fourth, the fifth. There will be a typhoon at night, Go. There are so few recommendation votes. My ears are pitiful. I have something to do at night. My ears are pitiful. I have wanted it for 2 days. Chapter 1751. In the Luo Tian star system, outside the cultivation planet Wang Lin was on, the fog churned and the stone slabs closed in. In an instant, several of them rushed out and gathered together. They didn't fuse, but formed a vague outline. This outline was still incomplete, so it was impossible to see what it was. However, the ancient aura and earth-shattering pressure it gave off caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble when he saw it. He understood what it was. Although his mind was shaken, his expression remained the same. He just stood there and calmly watched. Soon, several more stone slabs whizzed out of the mist and joined the incomplete outline. Gradually, as more and more stone slabs arrived, the outline slowly became complete. What appeared before Wang Lin was a giant door. This door wasn't the door to the immortal astral continent, but the entrance to the core of the cave world. Opening this door would allow one to enter the core of the cave world. Although this was the first time Wang Lin had seen this door, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. On one of the stone slabs that formed the door, Wang Lin felt the aura of Suzaku's foreign battleground. He had once been there and had spread out his divine sense to see that shocking scene. That was the moment the door shattered. Now the door that had been smashed open by the heavenly Tao had gathered once more and caused a heaven-shaking change in the cave world. The gate towered there in the starry sky, boundlessly large. From a distance, it looked extremely bright. However, although most of the gate was still intact, there were still some places where it was connected to each other. Cracks and crevices could be seen, but it didn't take long for large amounts of rubble to fly out from within the fog. These gravel were part of the door that dissipated when it collapsed. At this moment, They reformed and rapidly closed in to fill the cracks on the door. At the same time, when all the gravel was filled, the door became complete and gave off an aura that could shake the entire star system. This aura turned into a storm that swept up from the door. The storm howled, and there was a powerful pushing force that suddenly spread outwards. In the distance, the fog rumbled and distorted. The fog in this area became a lot thinner. There was a flash of seven-colored light, and the seven-colored Taoist walked out. His expression was gloomy. The moment he appeared, he saw the giant door and Wang Lin on the planet outside. "So it was you." Killing intent flashed through the seven-colored Taoist's eyes, but at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. Compared to old Devil Jean obtaining the third soul, he would rather it be Wang Lin. As long as it's not the old Devil Jean, everything can still be reversed. The seven-colored Taoist waved his sleeves and stepped forward toward the planet outside the door. However, just as he raised his foot, the storm was set off by the door. The force from a storm spread out like crazy, causing the seven-colored Taoist body to be forced to stop. His expression changed as he was pushed back by the strange storm. At the same time, in another direction, old Devil Jean appeared. The moment he appeared, thunderous rumbles echoed and the fog around him was pushed back. The old Devil Jean stood there with his hair fluttering. The cloak wrapped around his body was a blurry shadow. His eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the planet outside the door. As one of the three seven-colored souls, he let out a sigh of relief, just like the seven-colored Taoist. At the same time, monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. It's him. Even if he has the heavenly Tao, since he has obtained the third soul, he is courting death and will without a doubt die. The blurry shadow of old Devil Jean had a ferocious expression and his right hand clenched into a fist. However, he didn't immediately move forward but waved his sleeves to resist the storm. With a thunderous bang, the old Devil Jean and the shadow around him retreated, but the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin was not surprised by the appearance of these two people. The third soul had awakened, and the door to the core of the cave had formed, so it would naturally be noticed by others. He didn't look at the two people retreating toward the door. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at Xie Qing's motionless body. The sadness in his eyes became even stronger. "Since you like the autumn orchids in this valley, then you can rest here. With the autumn orchids as your companion, you can wait for the day I awaken you." Wang Lin muttered and pointed forward. The valley rumbled, and the autumn orchids on the ground moved. They slowly covered Xie Qing's body and disappeared before Wang Lin, turning into a grave filled with autumn orchids. With a sigh, Wang Lin pulled down a bunch of autumn orchids and looked at them. He then took a step forward and left the valley. He appeared in the sky. With another step, Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the sky. Only the autumn orchids slowly descended from the sky. It swayed in the wind, but didn't change direction. It slowly landed in the valley and landed on the grave mound. The autumn orchid was very beautiful and seemed to be filled with vitality. After it landed, it suddenly gave off waves of ghostly light. Under that ghostly light, the autumn orchid turned into dust. At this moment, the wind blew the dust away and scattered it on the ground outside the valley. From then on, this nameless cultivation planet would be covered in autumn orchids during autumn. The fragrance of the autumn orchids would accompany Xie Qing, who was sleeping. Among the stars, the storm outside the gate roared. The force inside the storm prevented anyone but Wang Lin from entering. Wang Lin was in no danger inside this storm. This storm was created when the gate reformed. This gate was activated by the awakening of the third soul, and the third soul was inside Wang Lin's body. As a result, only Wang Lin wasn't affected by this storm at all. Before him was the gate, and behind him was the cultivation planet. In his eyes, aside from the gate, there was also the seven-colored Taoist and the old Devil Jean. "Wang Lin, give me the third soul, and the old man will guarantee the safety of you and everyone in the celestial realm." The old man can also open the gate to the immortal astral continent. and let you go to the immortal astral continent. The old devil Jean resisted the storm. When he saw Wang Lin appear, he clearly felt the existence of the third soul inside Wang Lin's body, and he immediately spoke. Wang Lin, if you give me the third soul, I'll resurrect your wife for you. I don't want a heavenly Tao and won't steal it from you. I don't want this cave world anymore. I'll give it all to you. I only want the third soul. Once you give it to me, I'll choose to leave and never return. What do you think? The seven-color Taoist's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a gloomy voice. His words were even more tempting than the old devil Jean's. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was related to Xie, Qing, Shimizu, and Situ, Wang Lin would have been tempted. However, at this moment, Wang Lin acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He stood outside the gate and slowly closed his eyes as if he was waiting for something. Wang Lin's action immediately caused killing intent to fill the eyes of the old devil Jean and the seven-color Taoist. However, they couldn't move forward due to this storm, but they knew that this storm would dissipate one day. Before long, booming sounds rang out from the other side of the gate. The fog in that area churned, and the four generals appeared one by one. Once the four of them appeared, they were immediately pushed back by the pushing force of the storm. After a long while, they stopped retreating, and when they looked over, their expressions immediately changed. They immediately saw that the third soul had been taken by Wang Lin. They also saw that Wang Lin was surrounded by the seven-colored Taoist and the old devil Jean, and there was no way out. The appearance of the four of them didn't cause Wang Lin's expression to change at all. He closed his eyes and calmly stood there. After another moment, a howl echoed and the sovereign appeared outside the gate. He retreated and arrived next to the seven-colored Taoist. He stared at Wang Lin's figure in the distance, and his eyes were filled with uncertainty. Not long after the sovereign arrived, a ray of light broke out from the fog and revealed several women. They were all very beautiful. They were the celestial imperial concubines from the outer realm. One of the women had a complicated expression when she saw Wang Lin. She was the third concubine that had come into contact with Wang Lin in the ancient tomb. Along with these celestial imperial concubines were the seven Tao sect disciples from the ancient celestial realm. They surrounded the area and stared at Wang Lin. It didn't take long before the celestial imperial concubine from the summoned river, Xia, arrived outside the gate. Her gaze landed on Wang Lin, who was surrounded, and there was a flash of killing intent in her eyes. She had long been dissatisfied with Wang Lin. Back then, when Wang Lin refused to join forces with her, killing intent appeared in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't win against Wang Lin, she would have already attacked. Now that she saw Wang Lin surrounded, she sneered in her heart. A moment later, a ray of light flew through the fog, and down Master Blue Dream slowly walked out. There was something different about him, and the moment he appeared, the seven-colored Taoist and old devil Jean immediately looked over. Tao Master Blue Dream's expression was calm as he stood there. He completely ignored the gazes of the seven-colored Taoist and old devil Jean. The last to appear were the people from Planet Five Elements, led by the old man named Ma. Their appearance caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The moment they looked over, Wang Lin, who was beside the gate, opened his eyes. His eyes were completely calm. When he opened and closed his eyes, no one paid any more attention to the people from Planet Five Elements. They all looked at Wang Lin. The people here were all powerful cultivators, and ordinary people would be shocked by their gazes. However, Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and his gaze swept past everyone. What should come has come. What you all want is this soul. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the third soul gave off a ghostly light. Chapter 1752. The moment the third soul appeared, everyone, aside from Tao Master Blue Dream and the third concubine, looked at Wang Lin's right hand. In particular, the seven-colored Taoist, old devil Jean, and the four generals all had obvious or hidden greed in their eyes. This is a hunt. Either you're the hunter, or I'm the hunter. Kill me, and you can obtain the third soul, but anyone who enters must be prepared to be killed by me. You all have the bloodline of the immortal astral continent and think you're immortal. However, in this hunt, either you die or I live. I haven't killed many celestials on the immortal astral continent. I hope you can become one of them. Now, this cruel game of hunting begins. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. He looked at everyone and revealed a cold smile. His right hand clenched before everyone's gazes. The moment the third soul disappeared into his hand, Wang Lin waved his right hand at the door. Door to the cave, open. Whoever had the third soul could open the door to the cave. Among everyone here, only Wang Lin could do this. He wasn't worried about the killing intent of the surrounding cultivators, and he didn't intend to leave this place. He wanted to go to the core of the cave. There, he was going to carry out the last crazy slaughter of the cave world he, Wang Lin, had ever seen. Wang Lin wouldn't hesitate to pay any price for this hunt. As he waved his sleeve, the door to the cave rumbled and a crack appeared in the middle of the door. This crack connected the top and bottom of the door and split the door in half. Thunderous rumbles echoed and filled the entire cave world. The two doors slowly moved as if there was a pair of invisible hands pushing them open. As the doors slowly opened, the storm became even stronger. Endless howls came from the opening door, and when the sound entered one's mind, it would make one's heart tremble. This was the first time this door had opened since it collapsed. The rumbling became even more intense, causing everyone's ears to buzz, and they all retreated. Even the seven-color Taoist and old Devil Jean had to retreat when the gate opened. Only Wang Lin stood outside the door, motionless. At that moment, the door was still slowly opening. It had already opened to a width of nearly 300 meters. However, it was only 30% away from opening completely. With a cold smile on his face, Wang Lin took a step forward under everyone's gazes and stepped into the two huge doors that were half open. Just as he was about to step in, his gaze swept the surroundings, and his gaze finally stopped on the tea-colored Taoist and the old Devil Jean. "I'll be waiting for you inside." Wang Lin's words echoed. His body flickered, and he directly stepped into the half-open door and disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the storm became even more intense. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the storm seemed to reach its peak, causing everyone to retreat once more. "You're courting death." The seven-colored Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already made up his mind to kill Wang Lin. There was also the old Devil Jean. The blurry shadow around him stared at the door where Wang Lin had disappeared, and there was a flash of coldness in its eyes. The two of them didn't care about Wang Lin's words, but everyone else felt a chill in their hearts. In particular, the four generals and the celestial imperial concubines silently retreated. Time slowly passed. Half an hour after Wang Lin entered the door finally opened completely. The moment it opened, the storm spread out like crazy, causing everyone to retreat even more. However, just at this moment, the storm suddenly dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared and suddenly dissipated. There was no longer any force blocking the door, and the door was clearly exposed to everyone here. The seven-colored Taoist was the first to rush out. His body flickered, and there was a flash of seven-colored light. He appeared next to the door and stepped inside. Shortly after was the old Devil Jean. He would never allow the seven-colored Taoist to obtain the third soul. At this moment, he and the seven-colored Taoist disappeared into the door one after the other. The third to enter was the sovereign. He turned into a blur and closed in on the door. He hesitated for a bit before clenching his teeth and entering. After the three of them was Dao Master Blue Dream. Dao Master Blue Dream was calm the entire time. At this moment, he arrived before the door and let out a sigh before entering. After a brief moment of silence, the other people outside the gate seemed to have made their choice and stepped inside. Each of them had a different goal in mind. However, most of them didn't think Wang Lin could keep the third soul in Wang Lin's hands. It was likely that a new seven-colored Taoist would appear between the tea-colored Taoist and the old Devil Jean. They had walked out from this place, and now, after countless years, they had returned. It was like a reincarnation cycle, like the origin. Most of the cultivators entered the door one by one. The last to enter were the people led by the old man named Ma. They had to go, so they let out a sigh and entered one by one. It wasn't until everyone disappeared into the door that Xian Luo's figure slowly appeared from the void. He looked at the door and pondered a bit before calmly entering. This child's inspection should end here. The starry sky of the cave world was faintly discernible in the thick fog day after day. However, the rumbling that echoed throughout the entire world slowly weakened and eventually completely subsided. In Luo Tian's place, the door to the cave world was open. It floated there as if it was waiting for anyone qualified to enter. However, only cultivators with the bloodline of the immortal astral continent could enter the cave world. Others couldn't get close. If one wanted to enter, they could only do what Dao Master Blue Dream did and borrow a soul. All the cultivators in the cave world who noticed this all silently waited for the first person to walk out. Whether it was the outer realm or the inner realm, it was the same. Some people who knew the secret, such as Shimizu and Situ, were silently watching this from the celestial realm. They understood that the first person to come out would likely be the new seven-colored celestial sovereign. If it was Wang Lin, it meant everything would end perfectly. This was a matter that would determine the future of the entire cave world. This was a matter of life and death. Or it could be said that this would decide the fate of the cave world. Either it would continue to be the new seven-colored celestial sovereign's cave world, or there would be a change. But in any case, the mortals of the cave world continued to live peacefully in the dim sunrise and sunset day by day, just like before. Inside the door of the cave world, before Wang Lin, was a blurry world. He could vaguely see ruins that bore witness to the heaven-shaking battle that took place here. At the end of the ruins was a huge furnace. That furnace floated there, surrounded by waves of black gas. As the black gas spread out, it seemed to be connected to the heavens and earth. Wang Lin had a third soul inside his body. This third soul had been sealed by Xie, so it couldn't enter reincarnation. However, it could be fused into Wang Lin's body. Through the third soul, Wang Lin's understanding of the core of the cave world was something no one else could compare to. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin looked at the furnace with a hint of heat in his eyes. That is where the core of the cave world is. It is also where the door to the immortal astral continent is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. He turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Under his feet, he could vaguely tell from the ruins that a long, long time ago, this should have been a paradise filled with birds and flowers. This was the real cave of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, and it was also where he went into closed-door cultivation in the past. Or it could be said that this was the center of the entire cave world. However, everything here was in ruins. A sense of desolation slowly appeared in Wang Lin's heart. This feeling was filled with reminiscence. Wang Lin knew that this didn't belong to him. It came from the third soul. He silently moved forward and passed by the ruins on the ground. The restrictions here had already collapsed and no longer existed. However, after walking less than 10,000 feet, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He looked down, and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. Although the restrictions here have already collapsed, there are still some remains. If I use them, I can place new restrictions. Wang Lin didn't waste any time. After seeing what was below him, his hands formed a seal, and his eyes became bloodshot. As the seals changed, invisible restrictions landed on the ruins below. Bursts of ghostly light appeared on the ruins below. After 15 minutes, there was a flash of ghostly light. Wang Lin's figure was shrouded by this ghostly light and became a blur. His eyes became even more bloodshot, and when he opened them again, all the bloodlines in his eyes appeared before him. The moment these bloodlines appeared, they began to expand. In the blink of an eye, they spread out from Wang Lin and completely shrouded the ruins. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. After the blood vessels enlarged, they were almost as thick as an arm. Among the porridge, it was a ghastly sight. Wang Lin's breathing became a bit rough. A moment later, he waved his hand, and the bloodlines disappeared without a trace. The restriction here was completely set up. The ghostly light on the ground slowly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Wang Lin turned to look at the door behind him and revealed a cold smile. He turned around and charged toward the furnace surrounded by black gas. In an instant, he closed in on the furnace and disappeared inside. Thank you, fellow cultivator CYCHB, for becoming the 283rd leader of the Renegade Celestial Alliance. Fellow cultivator, return to the Earth's core to become the 284th leader of the Renegade Celestial Alliance. In my dreams, I will meet with you two to seek Tao. The completion of the 300 alliances is not far away. The rules will change, so I will give you the Tao of Origin. If you comprehend it, you will reach the 9 suns. Chapter 1753. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared, the black gas around the giant furnace began to move. It was as if black dragons were roaring around the furnace. Black ripples spread out from the cauldron. As they spread out in all directions, the entire world in the area began to distort, as if countless overlapping shadows had appeared. A human face slowly appeared on the front of the cauldron that was shrouded in black mist. The face was extremely large, occupying nearly half of the front of the cauldron. Although the face was blurry, one could vaguely tell that it was Wang Lin's face. This furnace was the core of the cave, and it was very mysterious. Anyone who entered would have their own appearance appear on the furnace, like a seal on their soul. The moment Wang Lin entered the furnace, a dark world appeared before him. This place seemed endless, but there was also the illusion that he could cross it with just one step. There was only one thing in this world, and it was a large, yellow flower. This flower used the earth as its roots and the sky as its leaves. At this moment, it bloomed and filled the world. This flower was very simple. It only had 5 petals, and there was no fragrance when it bloomed. However, if one looked at the flower, they would have the illusion that it didn't exist. On the huge flower, there were some fine dewdrops. The amount of dewdrops was exactly 300. The 300 drops of dew gave off a crystalline glow. From a distance, it looked like a dream. Wang Lin stood in the air, and before him was the flower. Looking at the flower, Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had the 3rd soul in his body, and although he hadn't completely fused with it, he knew some of its memories, including the thoughts about the core of the cave. This place must be the 300 origin worlds. Wang Lin muttered. In the memories of the 3rd 7-colored soul, the core area of the cave was where the 7-colored soul cultivated in seclusion. According to the design, once this place was sealed, it would automatically activate its defensive power to prevent anyone from entering. However, due to the death of the 7-colored celestial sovereign, Lin Daofei, entering, and the betrayal of the 7 Dao sect disciples and celestial imperial concubines, a lot of the defenses had been destroyed and some changes had occurred. Wang Lin's heart was filled with misgivings about the changes that had occurred in the 3rd soul's memories. Now that he saw the yellow flower and the 300 drops of dew on it, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the first flower is exactly the same as the memories of the 3rd soul. Nothing has changed. This was the first time Wang Lin had heard of the 300 ruined original realms after he obtained the 3rd soul. When the 7-colored immortal Venerable created this cave world, he failed 300 times. Although he had failed 300 times, he had created one world after another. However, they were incomplete and lacked a lot of necessary materials. As a result, the 7-colored immortal Venerable didn't choose them until he created the 301st world, which was now the cave world. The 7-colored immortal Venerable wasn't willing to throw away the 300 failures, so he refined them into a defensive force to protect his closed-door cultivation room. Then he turned them into these 300 drops of dew. In some inner realms, If the seven-colored immortal venerable hadn't died, he could have sat in the furnace, and his divine sense could have spread into the 300 worlds. He could have changed some of the established laws in the inner realms. Every drop of dew was a world. Since the 300 destroyed worlds in the first flower still exist, I'll have to change my plan a bit. I can use this place as a hunting ground. I can't kill the seven-color Taoist and old Devil Jean right now. But with these 300 destroyed worlds, I'm confident I can kill some of the others. The more I kill, the more power I'll have to fight the other two souls. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. There was a secret in the seven-colored Immortal Venerable's cave world. No one else knew about this secret. Forget about the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign and old Ghost John. Even the Celestial Imperial Concubines and the four generals didn't know about this. This was the ultimate killing move that the seven-colored Celestial Sovereign had left in his cave world. If it wasn't for the fact that Lien Daofei had appeared too suddenly and the seven-colored Immortal Venerable was in closed-door cultivation due to his injuries, he wouldn't have had time to use the Heavenly Tao to devour it. Otherwise, the result of that battle would have been different. It was because of this secret that Wang Lin was confident he could hunt in this cave world. If he wanted to activate this ace, he had to kill enough people here. 300 destroyed worlds. Very interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. He closed in on the giant flower and stepped into one of the drops of dew. Ripples echoed on the dew as if a vortex had appeared. After Wang Lin disappeared, it slowly calmed down. The dew didn't look big, but after entering it, there was another world inside. The dew was like the horizon, and it magnified endlessly in Wang Lin's eyes. When he finally saw his surroundings, even though he had some understanding, his mind was still shaken. He was in a star system. This star system was bright and filled with nebulas. It was completely silent, and there was no sign of life. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, this star system was gradually shrouded by his mind. It was the same size as the brilliant void, not too big. As for cultivation planets, there weren't many, only 9 in the entire star system. There was no life on them, no people, nothing. Wang Lin knew from a third soul that the 300 destroyed worlds could be divided into 3 types. One was the celestial beast the seven-colored celestial sovereign had brought from the immortal astral continent. Over the countless years, they had either died or mutated into powerful existences. The second type was the mortals the seven-colored celestial sovereign had captured from the immortal astral continent and let them reproduce here. He wanted to observe them for a long time in an attempt to find the secret of the heavenly Tao. As for the third type, it was a destroyed world with no people, no beasts, and no life at all. There wasn't even a division of laws here. Once an enemy broke in, the seven-colored celestial sovereign could set up laws based on the enemy. The third type of destroyed world was divided into 2 types. One was the laws that the seven-colored celestial sovereign hadn't set up for countless years, and the other was the laws that he had set up in the past. No matter what, as long as one didn't have an immortal indestructible body like Lien Daofei, then they would have to spend a lot of effort here. If they weren't careful, then it was very likely that they would perish. In particular, the first type of destroyed world was a world with celestial beasts. No one knew if there had been any strange changes over the countless years, but it was dangerous. Wang Lin didn't have a complete understanding of the 300 destroyed worlds because he hadn't completely fused with the third soul. He only knew 70% to 80% of it. At this moment, he stood among the stars and looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up. This should be the third type of destroyed world. I just don't know if it's the first or second type. Wang Lin charged forward. He moved very fast and crossed an endless distance in the blink of an eye. His figure appeared on one of the 9 planets, and he moved very quickly as if he was looking for something, but in the end, he didn't find anything. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had entered half an hour earlier. He had used up a portion of the restrictions he had set up, so he didn't have much left. Standing on the 9th planet, Wang Lin frowned. The third soul doesn't have any memories of established laws. It seems the seven-colored celestial sovereign can change the laws of the third type of destroyed world with just a sweep of his divine sense. While pondering, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more. As it swept by, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He vaguely noticed that there seemed to be an invisible ripple here. This ripple continued to echo, but it was very subtle and difficult to detect. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he locked onto this ripple. When a half an hour disappeared, he noticed that the ripple came from the fifth planet he had swept by. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he disappeared. When the fifth planet appeared, Wang Lin charged toward a mountain on the planet. This mountain was bare and looked like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The ripple he felt came from this mountain. Could it be this place? Wang Lin's divine sense gathered on this mountain without hesitation. However, no matter how he looked, this mountain was extremely ordinary. On the once I try, I'm the first person to arrive in this world, and I've set up a law that restricts all celestial bloodlines. Wang Lin sent out a divine sense message toward the mountain. The moment his divine sense spread out, the world rumbled and the entire star domain distorted as if it was going to collapse. A vague law seemed to be born. However, just as the law was about to appear, a thunderous rumble echoed, and everything calmed down. Wang Lin floated in the air and frowned. This destroyed world doesn't have the power to form this kind of law. Then I'll just change to another one. Just as Wang Lin set up the law, the door to the outside world opened completely. The storm dissipated and the seven-color Taoist and old Devil Jean rushed in. All the cultivators slowly entered. The seven-colored Taoist was the first to enter. His gaze swept the area, and he frowned slightly. His body flickered as he charged toward the large furnace. The ruins below did not react at all and allowed him to pass through and disappear into the large furnace. Behind him, old Devil Jean also stepped into the furnace and disappeared. The faces of the seven-colored Taoist and old Devil Jean appeared on the left and right sides of the furnace. They were surrounded by black gas and looked somewhat terrifying. The third to enter was the sovereign. Just as he was about to step into the ruins below, his expression changed and he immediately stopped. His eyes lit up and his right hand formed a seal. His body immediately became invisible and he hid himself. After him, Tao Master Blue Dream arrived. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the ruins below, and he revealed a smile. Even after he entered the furnace, the ruins below didn't change at all. The sovereign, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but frown. Were there any more recommendation votes? He felt like he wouldn't be able to reach this week's target of 50,000. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.